जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी
जय विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिचार्य श्रीमद भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की इस्कॉन फाउंडेशन बीबीटी फाउंडेशन प्रभुपाद की जय विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिचार्य श्रीमद भक्ति सिद्धांत ठाकुर श्रील प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य श्री हरदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से गौ श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर नवदीप धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगामय की यमुनामय की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी महारानी की संवेद गौर भक्त वृंद की ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees हरे कृष्णा ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees हरे कृष्णा ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees हरे कृष्णा ऑल ग्लोरीज टू श्री गुरु गौरांग। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरयेत् नष्टप्रायेष भद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवत्युत्तमश्लोके भक्तिर्भवति नैष्टिकी ओम ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूप कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिन्निति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामने गौरत्विषे नमः हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेशा गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। Hare Krishna. Okay, so welcome to the next unit of the Bhaktivedanta course. So who's online? This you can make it smaller. This is not required. Uh, who's there? Balbadi Kripa is online. अच्छा बैग हमें समर्पण गोप कानपुर ओके Shri Guru. Guruji, where's Guruji? Okay. So last time we had discussed Krishna and Sudama. So now let's proceed with chapter 82. Krishna and Balram meet the inhabitants of Vrindavan. Okay, so Arjuneshwar Prabhu said we have to cover 5 chapters in 3 days. So, what is your expectation?
Prabhuji, 3 chapters in 3 days. Why? Because we can churn more from these chapters and learn more also, Prabhuji.
So, what does everyone want?
Maybe 4 chapters also.
See, as Srila Prabhupada said, Krishna consciousness is like cotton ball. You know, so you can compress it, make this so small, or you can expand it so much. So no, so therefore, servant has no choice. So if you say 5 chapters have to be finished, we'll finish. No problem. Okay, 4 is also okay. 3 is also okay. Acha, 3 is not okay. Okay, fine. Correct. ठीक है. So 82, 83 are a little small. Then 84, 85 a little big. So we'll see. Okay, at least today we'll try to finish 82, 83. This is pastime, not much of philosophy here. Okay, fine. So let's start with the first verse, 82nd chapter. Let's recite. Shri Shuka Vacha Atekada Dvaravathyam Vasato Ramakrishnayo Suryo Paraga Sumahan Asit Kalpakshaye Yatha. Shukdev Goswami said, once while Balaram and Krishna were living in Dwarka, there occurred a great eclipse of the sun, just as if the end of Lord Brahma's day had come. Purport. As Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur points out, the words Atha and Ekada are commonly used in Sanskrit literature to introduce a new topic. Here they especially indicate the reunion of the Yadus and Vrishnis at Kurukshetra is being narrated out of chronological sequence. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains in his Vaishnava Toshni commentary that the events of this 82nd chapter occur after Lord Baladev's visit to Vraja, that's in chapter 65, and before Maharaj Yudhishthir's Rajsu sacrifice, that is in chapter 74. This must be so, the Acharya reasons, since during the eclipse at Kurukshetra, all the Kurus, including Dhritarashtra, Yudhishthir, Bhishma, and Drona, met in friendship and happily shared the company of Sri Krishna. At the Rajasu Yajna, on the other hand, Duryodhana's jealousy against the Pandavas became irrevocably inflamed. Soon after this, Duryodhana challenged Yudhishthir and his brothers to the gambling match, in which he cheated them of their kingdom and exiled them to the forest. Right after the Pandavas returned from exile, the great battle of Kurukshetra took place, during which Bhishma and Drona were killed. So it is not logically possible for the solar eclipse at Kurukshetra to happen after the Rajsu sacrifice. So therefore, this pastime took place before the Rajsu sacrifice. What is the event? That is what is going to come. So 4 chapters are about solar eclipse. at Kurukshetra. So all this is happening at solar eclipse in Kurukshetra.
Kalpakshe, what is the given?
Just as if the end of Lord Brahma's day had come. So at the end of Brahma's day also, so at the time of annihilation, so first there is a lot of heat, then everything has dried up, and after the heat, there is so much of rain. No, that means no sun. So that's what happens. No sun. So that is what? No sun. Solar eclipse. Okay, let's proceed. Tam gyatva manuja rajan purastadeva sarvatah samanta panchakam kshetram yayu shreyo viditsaya. Knowing of this eclipse in advance, O king, many people went to the holy place known as Samanta Panchak in order to earn pious credits. Please read the purport. So we read in line, so no confusion.
Vedic astronomers of 5,000 years ago could predict eclipses of the sun and moon just as well as our modern astronomers can. The knowledge of the ancient astronomers went much further. However, since they understood the karmic influences of such events, solar and lunar eclipses are generally very inauspicious, with certain rare expectations.
Exceptions.
Exceptions. But just as the otherwise inauspicious Ekadashi day becomes beneficial when used for the glorifications of Lord Hari, so the time of an eclipse is also advantageous for fasting and worship. The holy pilgrimage site known as Shamanta Panchak is located at Kurukshetra, the sacred ground of Kurus, where the Kurus kings' predecessors performed many Vedic sacrifices. The Kurus were thus advised by learned Brahmanas that this would be the best place for them to observe the vows during the eclipse. Long before their time, Lord Parshuram had done penance at Kurukshetra to atone for his killings. Shamant Panchak, the 5 ponds he dug there, were still present at the end of Dwapar Yuga, as they are even today.
Even today. So how many of you have been? Kurukshetra? No? So you can go on yatra. Now they have a very nice tourism department, Kurukshetra tourism. Our ISKCON devotees are running because now big new temple is coming, Krishna Arjun temple. So they arrange well if devotees want to go. So it's still there, Samanta Panchak. Okay, next. Text 3 to 6. We're reading only translation. After ridding the earth of kings, Lord Parshuram, the foremost of warriors, created huge lakes from the king's blood at Samanta Panchak. Although he is never tainted by karmic reactions, Lord Parshuram performed sacrifices there to instruct people in general. Thus he acted like an ordinary person trying to free himself of sins. From all parts of Bharatvarsha, a great number of people now came to that Samanta Panchak on pilgrimage. O descendant of Bharata, among those arriving at the holy place were many Vrishnis such as Gada, Pradyumna, and other kings also went there. Gada, Pradyumna, and Samba, hoping to be relieved of their sins. Akrura, Vasudev, Ahuka, and other kings also went there. Aniruddha remained in Dwarka with Suchandra, Shuka, and Sarana to guard the city, together with Kritavarma, the commander of the armed forces. Okay, short purport. According to Srila Vishnu Chakravarti, Shri Krishna's grandson Aniruddha remained in Dwarka to protect the city because he is originally Lord Vishnu's manifestation as the guardian of the spiritual planet Shvetadvip. Okay, so here there's a description of Parshuram. So we all know the pastime of Parshuram, how he killed all the kings and all that. And so here it is said that after he killed all these kings, so 21 generations, right, of Kshatriyas. And so he thought that he was affected by sinful reactions. And so therefore, agha apanuttaye, in order to nullify or dispel all the sins, so he did all these, he went to Kurukshetra and performed some tapasya in order to become free from karmic reactions. So as in the translation it said, although he is never tainted by karmic reactions, Lord Parshuram performed sacrifices there to instruct people in general. Thus he acted like an ordinary person trying to free himself of sins. Okay. So, the Lord surely is not affected by karmic reactions, sinful reactions. That is very clear. But what about devotees? Okay, quote some verses to show that Lord is never affected by karmic reactions. Or kuch? Okay. Devotees enough. Okay, fine. Okay, so what about devotees? Are devotees affected by karmic reactions?
To the extent that they are surrendered to Lord, they won't be affected.
So you are saying to the degree they are surrendered to the Lord, to that degree they will not be affected.
Saratmana, who surrenders to Lord, they are not bound by any other obligations or reactions.
Okay, so you are saying it's proportional. See, this is Bhakti Vedanta class, so whatever one says should be backed up by Shastra.
Yes. So Lord Sri Krishna in Bhagavad Gita is teaching the same thing to Arjuna, that he has to act without the attachment to the results, and then he will not be affected by the sins. So he has to offer all these activities and the result to Lord Sri Krishna, means Buddhi Yoga. If devotee is situated in Buddhi Yoga, whatever activity he does, that is akarma, that is not going to affect him at all. That is what Bhagavad Gita teaches.
Okay. Okay, fine. So if you say that the devotees are offering everything to the Supreme Lord, that means they have no karmic reactions. Then if they have no karmic reactions, devotees should not suffer. So anybody here has any suffering? No. Nobody saying anything. That means nobody has suffering. Online devotees, has anybody have any suffering?
Yes, Prabhu.
Lots of sufferings.
Prabhu, he says that one who is dear to me, I take away money from him, Shanai, and then I give him trouble. And then the family will run away, friends will run away.
Okay, fine.
Prabhuji, in even the Bhagavatam, Tattenu Kampa Susekshumana, Susekshumana is saying that devotee is earnestly waiting for the mercy of the Lord, even while he is suffering the effects of his previous sinful activities.
So that is the question. So do devotees become free from sinful reactions or no?
The karmic reactions are also actually a token of punishment offered by Lord. So it's given by Krishna only. So it's not karmic reactions, but it's a merciful punishment given by Lord for his rectification.
And these punishments
Wait.
also may-
One second.
Yeah, okay.
Shastic reference.
One quotation I
It's
can.
only and this only in purport only here it is Satyanukampa only it is mentioned there. It's a merciful punishment given as a token of reaction.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
One quotation.
Ah.
This in Bharatmala section, when Bharatmala got deluded. So then Krishna says, Prabhupada writes in the purport, Karmani nidhati kintu cha bhakti bhajam.
Right.
So that is the Lord's will. It's not because of his fruitive activities as a king when he was there. He did all those fruitive activities. So it's not because of those reactions. So when one becomes devotee, Lord takes charge of account of all his karma. And then actually that does not belong to now devotee. That belongs to now Lord. Now Lord sends according to his desire to teach populace or to purify the devotee. But his karma is already vanquished now. His karma is already gone away.
Okay, karma is gone.
Yes.
Okay, fine, agreed. So now the next question arises. So why does the devotee suffer? Okay, Mataji wanted to say something, I think.
Yeah, these punishments, sometimes they will resemble like sinful reactions.
Okay.
But the devotee in itself, because he is very much surrender, and since he is on the sadhya level, so actually he does not suffer much. Externally, it might appear that he is suffering, but even in the Bhakti Rasamrit Sindhu, it is said that लगता है कि सफर कर रहा है, लेकिन अंदर से वो बहुत ही शांत और बिल्कुल व्यक्ति है.
अच्छा ऐसा होता है.
At least generally the sadhya bhaktas though at least.
Okay. This is so that means externally he suffers, internally he doesn't suffer.
Internally his suffering is only that he is away from Krishna. That is the internal suffering for a devotee. That when will I meet my Lord? That is the internal suffering for him.
So this is at which bhava or prema or which stage you're talking about?
Prabhuji, this is at the prema level.
Prabhuji.
So we are talking about sadhakas.
Okay, sadhana bhakti. Okay.
Most of us are sadhakas, I suppose, right?
Yes, Prabhuji.
I don't know, some may be on prema platform, I don't know.
But Jiva Goswami says that prarabdha karma has not been finished for sadhaka, but the previous karma, saneshane, means the prarabdha karma remains. Otherwise, prarabdha karma gone, then he has totally gone beyond the modes only. So till the time prarabdha karma is there, means he has to suffer, but Krishna is sending those sufferings for his life.
Okay, agreed. So Krishna is sending suffering. Now the next question is why?
Jiva Goswami says Sandarbha, I don't know which is Sandarbha.
Aprad?
Wait.
So because the devotees are not fully purified in consciousness, still have tendency to commit sinful reactions or activities or attachments. To purify those attachments, Lord sends some looks like karmic reaction but suffering, so that they get purified of those tendencies.
Okay, good. So this is one important cause for suffering in the life of devotee, that is traces of sinful mentality. So because the traces of sinful mentality remain, so therefore, in order to finish off those traces of sinful mentality, Lord purposefully gives suffering. This is one cause. Some other cause, Prahlad Panam?
In Shuddha Bhakti Chintamani, Shivram Maharaj, it can be gone. So he writes that actually, as has been said in the sixth canto, anybody chants the holy name, initially all his, is destroyed, the karma. And whatever he will do, maybe that also is destroyed. So, but still a devotee may undergo a problem because of the offenses that he creates on the process of following the devotional path. So, because of the offenses, many times other than the sinful mentality are also created, and then the same thing which Bhagavad Gita was saying continues.
Okay, good. Okay, fine. So second cause is offenses. Okay, good. Yes.
Online.
Online. Bolo.
Third cause is that the Lord wants to show others how a devotee, responds to any situations that he is put into.
Right. So this is for whom?
This is for purified devotees. I mean, more pure devotees.
Yes, this is for prema bhaktas. Then for them, the Lord wants to show the glory of the devotees and the glory of devotional service. So that's why he puts them into suffering condition. Examples? Examples?
Bharat Maharaj,
Pandavas, Prahlad
Yes,
Maharaj.
Srila
Pandavas,
Prabhupada.
Prahlad Maharaj.
Srila Prabhupada himself.
Yes, Srila Prabhupada himself, yes.
Ambarish Maharaj.
Yes, right. So as far as these devotees are concerned, there is no question of karmic reactions or offenses, but the only reason is glorification, the plan of the Lord to glorify these devotees.
Only one separate point.
Ah.
To intensify the prema, which
Yes.
is not there. Example, Narada boy.
Oh.
So Lord wants to accelerate the journey of the devotee fast to back home, back to Godhead, and that is why he gives troubles also.
Yes, yes, to intensify devotional service, correct.
In this Ajamana section, Chakravarti says to cover the glory of bhakti, also Lord then to take away all the reactions.
Right, okay, so to hide the glories of bhakti to the common people, so that common people will not take bhakti cheaply. Right, so that's also a reason why a devotee undergoes suffering like any other ordinary person. Yes, that's correct. Anything else?
Keep devotee humble.
Yes, yes, that's correct. To keep the devotee humble, and also and when he becomes humble, then he intensifies his devotional service. Yes.
Avipakva Kashayanam.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's for Narad boy, he said. Yes. Okay, good. So all these are the various reasons why a devotee may go through suffering. Okay. So in that connection, we'll read one nice purport. You can open. First canto, 5th chapter, text 19. Today my laptop has refused to surrender. Chant the verse and the translation and purport. Now we're going in line, no? You can? Oh, finally Guruji has come to bless us.
Nave janodatu katanchana vrajen mukunda sevyanyavadam smriti smaran mukundangri puguhanam puna vihatum ichchena rasagraho jana.
Pado? Aage?
My dear Vyas, even though a devotee of Lord Krishna sometimes falls down somehow or other, he certainly does not undergo material existence like others, fruitive workers. Because a person who has once relished the taste of the lotus feet of Lord can do nothing but remember that ecstasy again and again. Purport. A devotee of Lord automatically becomes uninterested in the enchantment of material existence because he is rasagraha, or one who has tasted the sweetness of lotus feet of Lord Krishna. There are certainly many instances where devotees of Lord have fallen down due to uncongenial association, just like fruitive workers who are always prone to degradation.
So here, Prabhupada is writing, there are certainly many instances where devotees of the Lord have fallen down due to what? Uncongenial association. This is one of the main reasons why devotees fall down. One of the main reasons is uncongenial association, asatsang, in various forms. But we see that this is a common factor due to which devotees have difficulties in their practice of devotional service. One of the common factor in various ways is uncongenial association. Okay, go ahead. It will all lead to that.
But even though he falls down, a devotee is never to be considered the same as a fallen karmi. A karmi suffers the result of his own futu reactions, whereas a devotee is reformed by chastisement directed by the Lord Himself.
Chastisement directed by the Lord Himself.
The suffering of an orphan and the suffering of a beloved child of a king are not one and the same. An orphan is really poor because he has no one to take care of him. But a beloved son of a rich man, although he appears to be on the same level as the orphan, is always under the vigilance of his capable father. A devotee of the Lord, due to wrong association,
wrong association,
sometimes imitates the fruitive workers. The fruitive workers want to lord it over material world. Similarly, a neophyte devotee foolishly thinks of accumulating some material power in exchange for devotional service. Such foolish devotees are sometimes put into difficulty by the Lord Himself. As a special favor, He may remove all material paraphernalia. By such action, the bewildered devotee is forsaken by all friends and relatives, and so he comes to his senses again by the mercy of the Lord and is set right to execute his devotional service.
So what is that verse? Yes. Yasyam anugrannami harishe tadhanam shanai. आगे क्या? Yes. So then the swajana also leave him. So therefore, in this way, he suffers two types of distress. One is because of losing the wealth, and second is because of losing his friends and relatives.
In the Bhagavad Gita, it is also said that such fallen devotees are given a chance to take birth in a family of highly qualified brahmanas or in a rich mercantile family. A devotee in such a position is not as fortunate as one who is chastised by the Lord and put into a position seemingly of helplessness. The devotee, the devotee who becomes helpless by the will of the Lord is more fortunate than those who are born in good families. The fallen devotees are born in a good family may forget the lotus feet of Lord because they are less fortunate. But the devotee who is put into a forlorn condition is more fortunate because he swiftly returns to the lotus feet of Lord, thinking himself helpless all around. Pure devotional service is so spiritually relishable that a devotee becomes automatically uninterested in material enjoyment. That is the sign of perfection in progressive devotional service. A pure devotee continuously remembers the lotus feet of Lord Sri Krishna and does not forget him even for a moment, not even in exchange for all the opulences of the three worlds.
Yes. So the important point here is that one of the reasons why a devotee suffers, what? Yes, because of uncongenial association, wrong association, what happens? एक जन बोलो.
He follows the path of material enjoyment.
Yes, he follows the path of material enjoyment. Then what happens? Yes, he tries to lord it over material nature. Okay, then what happens? Then what happens? Well, he could give up the practice of bhakti, but before that, what happens? Why the taste reduces?
Because he's relishing materially.
Okay, because he's relishing material. So this is one thing that could happen. What else could happen? Material outlook towards what? Right. So one of the important results of the asatsang is one develops materialistic consciousness. And because of the materialistic consciousness, so one does not have a spiritual outlook towards devotees and everything spiritual. As a result of that, there is a tendency for offenses because of the materialistic consciousness. And then when there are offenses, then what is the next result of offenses? Yes. Then everything spiritual appears to be material. then the Lord's holy name, the association of devotees, the deities, holy places, everything appears to be material. And when everything appears to be material, then one cannot continue for long. One loses the taste. Okay. So this is what happens. And so especially when the devotee, either if he is committing sinful activities, is doing materialistic work, then what does the Lord say in the Chaitanya Charitamrita? What does Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami say about what does the Lord think when a devotee is attracted towards material sense objects? So
यही बड़ा मूर्ख विषय केने दीबा विषय भुलाइबा सो चरणामृत दिया.
हाँ, ये माधव से अप्रूव है. कहाँ?
मैं वृंदावन धाम में प्रभु.
Jayo, Jayo. Direct voice from Golok Vrindavan.
Although I am in Vrindavan, but my heart is in material one. You are in Vrindavan.
So anyway, we are discussing Bhagavatam. So wherever Bhagavatam is discussed is Vrindavan. Okay, fine. So yes. So the point is that that because of the wrong association, one loses respect for devotees, then offenses, then all these results take place. And then the Lord, when he sees that the devotee is going towards materialistic sense objects, then the Lord thinks of giving his Channamrit. So what's wrong about giving Channamrit? It's good, no? Yesterday there was so much Channamrit was there. Even today they're distributing. So much. So it's good, no? What is the problem with, anybody has any problem with Channamrit? Huh? So why Madhav Seva Prabhu is laughing?
No, there is no problem.
Huh?
There is no problem. No, it is good.
It's good, no? Very nice.
Yes.
Yes. So, but here the Lord is saying how he gives Channamrit. In this purport we just read, he is explaining how he gives Channamrit. How he gives? Yes, by punishment. That is the Channamrit. So that is how he gives the Channamrit. Because the purpose of the Channamrit is what? Purification. That is how he gives Channamrit. So, practically nobody is spared from this Channamrit. Whether one voluntarily takes it or if one does not take it, one will be forced to take it. Just like yesterday, so much Channamrit I was seeing there at that near the Bhakti Vedanta hall down. They were calling people and distributing. So much Channamrit. So like that only. So even if we don't ask for Channamrit, Lord says, come, I'll give. But then this Channamrit is very nice. But every time Channamrit doesn't come in the form that we desire. Every time mercy does not come in the form we desire. So when we get this Channamrit, nice sweet Channamrit to drink, we think, oh, so nice, Lord Nityananda's mercy. But mercy can come in many forms. But the fact is, we have to accept mercy in whichever form it comes. And sometimes it can come in the form of punishments. And as Vishwanath Thakur describes in the commentary to the Tatyanukampam verse, he gives the example of the loving father. So the father sometimes embraces the child and sometimes he slaps the child. But both are for the benefit of the child. Or sometimes the father or mother may give laddu to the child and sometimes bitter medicine. But both are for the benefit of the child. But when we are put in that situation where the Lord is giving a slap, that time to see it as the mercy of the Lord is not always so easy. And therefore, at that time, we require what?
Association.
Yes, that time we require the association of devotees to remind us of this philosophy. Hey, you remember in the class you studied? That time we can't remember. Then somebody has to remind us. Then somebody has to remind us. You remember what you studied in the class? Somebody has to remind us. So, but the fact remains that when Krishna sees that a devotee is not sufficiently serious in his practice of devotional service, when he's going off track, then the merciful Lord takes appropriate action. And this we have seen in the lives of practically all devotees. Nobody is spared. Nobody is spared. If somebody thinks he has been spared, that means he has not received sufficient mercy. What? No. Whether severe, less severe, medium severe, that depends. Just like it depends on what? Just like doctor gives medicine. So how much dose of medicine depends on? The severity of the disease. So it all depends on the severity of the disease. So based upon the severity of the disease, so just like one goes to the doctor based on the disease. So just like cancer patient, if it is initial stages of cancer, then okay, some medicine will do. If it is more severe, then maybe some surgery will be required. If it is even more severe, then surgery, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy, so many things. So it depends upon what? The severity of the disease. But the difference is, when we get a disease in this world, then we voluntarily go to the doctor, correct? And take the medicine and pay the doctor also. But in this case, we may not voluntarily go, but the doctor only comes. The doctor only comes and gives free treatment. He gives free treatment. But only thing is, at that time, we may not like the treatment. Whether we like it or not, Krishna gives the treatment, free of cost. Okay, yes, Prahlad Prabhu, you have so many objections to our discussion?
Just want confirmation. When Krishna says, "Hey yatha mam prapadyante," that to be in this connection, does it mean that "Ye yatha mam prapadyante," he does means type of punishment will change according to, the surrender of a devotee? That's what the is the meaning.
Correct.
Means he intervenes everyone's life, but the way is different.
Correct.
And a devotee does not suffer because of his just own karma. Krishna now arranges it.
Yes.
Even he is a Kanishta.
Yes. So, but then the principle of ye yathamam prapadyanti always applies. But as soon as somebody begins devotional service, especially somebody who's seriously practicing, in our society, we can practically say somebody who's chanting 16 rounds, following the regulative principles, seriously trying to practice devotional service, then Krishna takes him very seriously. And then based upon his surrender, then Krishna will award punishments in such, because if the devotee is not sufficiently surrendered, and if the punishment is too severe, then he may leave. So then Krishna knows exactly what type of treatment is to be given. So dosage of the medicine is not same for everyone, correct? Like that. Yeah, or ek mic.
Prabhuji, considering two cases where someone who is both are in association of devotees, externally at least. When someone is suffering because of past reactions, Bhagavatam says that he should patiently continue. Suppose someone is suffering because of offenses, then he's supposed to rectify it.
Yes.
So how do we understand suffering caused by past reactions, which are not in the domain of devotees, devotional service in that? And how do we understand suffering because of offenses?
Okay, how do we differentiate between suffering a devotee is undergoing because of past sinful reactions and because of offenses? Okay, fine. Somebody would like to answer? Okay.
Due to offense, he will lose the taste. But if he is due to previous karma, he will be kept in association of devotees. And he will not lose the taste, but he may be suffering.
Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, that's correct. Somebody wants to add something?
For one's own self, like they don't need to analyze about it. In both cases, solution is same only. In terms of one's bhakti. In that sense, they don't need to analyze what is the reason for this. Yeah.
So why do you say there's no need to analyze?
In both cases, when I was in interest of bhakti, then offensive mentality will go away. But karmic reactions, anyway, they don't affect. I'll remove them. But surely, if offensive mentality is there, others can tell. He will not understand himself. But the seniors, when they see that, they will help him to come out of offensive mentality if that is there. But for oneself, one has to interest in bhakti in any case.
Okay, okay, good point. Somebody wants to add something? Online? Online, everyone is hearing what is happening here?
Yes, Prabhu, very much.
Good. So you would like to answer the question. The question is, how do you differentiate between suffering due to offenses and suffering due to some past karmic reactions?
One
Prabhuji,
point.
it is little difficult. It is difficult.
Madhu Sepru, you can go ahead.
Prabhuji, I think it is very difficult to know whether he is suffering from offenses or is suffering from past karma. Again, when we talk about offenses, this offense to the is very difficult to know with what offenses you are doing, when you did. Generally, Prabhupada says somewhere that everybody commits offenses. Bhakti Thakur says they commit actually offenses. So therefore, this verse is not only for the karma, this is for that also. Okay, might have committed offenses, my Lord. So please punish me, or please forgive me, or please give me the right course of action so that I can rectify it. Whatever you desire, but now I am taking your shelter.
Okay.
One more discrimination could be, if it is due to offenses, person may lose taste in devotional service. Or he may go away from devotional service. Whereas in karma, person will not lose taste for devotional service and his faith will not get shaken. But in case of offenses, he will start seeing bhakti as material.
Right. Okay, yes, that's correct.
Hare Krishna.
Also,
Yes.
surrender level also will not be that great
Okay.
due to offenses. Not surrender very fully, or what to that extent we will not surrender because of the offensive mentality, and also because of the offenses.
Okay, fine. So the surrender is not much affected if it is due to karmic reactions, but due to offenses, the surrender could be affected. Okay. Somebody else was speaking?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Yes,
Prabhuji. Vanmali Govindas here, Prabhuji.
Yes.
Prabhuji, in my understanding, it is necessary to know that it is due to offenses or due to the other way, due to the reactions given by the Lord himself, because that the sadhaka to introspect whether where he has to improve, and if somebody is guiding him, then that will help him also to guide whether, and not some simple or equal devotee, somebody very senior needs to analyze it. As somebody like Madhav Srapru was telling, it is very difficult to understand it. So once I had heard was telling that only very, very senior devotees can analyze it, who have seen them very closely. And finally, once the solution or the diagnosis is done properly, then the senior devotees can very nicely guide them. That is why we need to differentiate where is the problem, and accordingly treatment can be given.
Okay, good points. Okay, we'll take one final comment. Arjun Prabhu.
Very difficult to find out. Hare Krishna.
Prabhuji, Hare Krishna.
So
wait.
This is one thing. Second thing, I was remembering that offenses senior devotee will tell,
But it may not be that I'm committing offenses now. I've committed offenses in the past. So then how will some other devotees, they have seen me committing some offense? How is that possible?
In the example of Daksha, so he again offended Lord Shiva because he's Narada, he offended Narada.
Okay, that's many years later.
Yeah, means that is also one thing. Means the mentality does not go away.
Okay, possible. Okay, Madhusudana Prabhu, one last.
I want to add something.
Who's that?
Srinath Das.
Okay, go ahead.
Prabhuji, losing the taste, of course, it could be due to offenses and all, but also sometimes too many responsibilities and too much of services. So then also, I found myself that if there are too many things which you can't handle also, then I lose taste in the basic activities of Krishna consciousness. Then when again the things are set right, again it falls in place. That is what some understand.
Okay, so this is a new reason, huh? Due to too many services. So how do we explain this? Balbhadra Prabhu was the right time. We are all waiting for you only. We are going through a huge turmoil here. We are desperate for Balabhadra Kripa to answer this question. So please listen to the question, okay? So the question that is being discussed is, why does a devotee suffer? So we came to the conclusion that two main reasons are there. One is offenses, and second is previous sinful activities or the present sinful activities, those reactions to that. So now we are discussing how do we differentiate whether I'm suffering due to offenses or due to my past sinful activities or present sinful activities. What is the cause of my suffering? How do I differentiate between the cause of suffering? So now we received one other answer, which is little out of the box, and that is when there are too many services, then also we are not able to focus on our chanting and everything. Even due to offenses, one cannot focus on chanting. One loses taste. So he's saying that even when there are too many services, also one loses taste for chanting. So
can I link that?
So then, can we come to the conclusion that devotional services lead to loss of taste in chanting? Can we come to that conclusion?
No, Prabhuji.
Say two mics are coming to you. Okay, we're hearing some expert comments from Balbhadra Prabhu, then we'll come back to you, Mataji.
Like Srila Prabhupada says in his last days, one of the recording, that is purport to Srila Prabhupada Bhagavatam, is Karanam Guna Sangasya Sadasatjuni. So, due to that we are taking birth in material world, it is due to our past life, karma, whatever.
Correct.
And in Rudrasura prayers, Rudrasura prays that first sloka, one of the prayers is Namo Uttama Sloka Janis Sakham Samsara Chakre Dharmita So Karmavi. But for that solution, he is asking in first line only that I want devotee association.
Although it is a reason due to the external Maya of the Lord, but okay, he accepting, but he aspiring for the realization, that is like a solution for all the problems.
Okay.
And even in when Srila Prabhupada disciple came to Juhu, then Prabhupada told, do you want to get purified? So water, because it is very complex, we cannot determine that.
Okay.
This is the thing.
Cause. Okay, very difficult to find out what is the cause. Okay.
I had read about this Dhuli Lep and Vajra Lep. So this about sins. So he said sins they will cause a layer of dust. But I had heard in Bhakti Tirth Maharaj this book. He said this sins will go faster, quite faster. It can be washed very faster. But Vajra Lep, it will continue lives and lives together sometimes if it is not rectified. Vajra Lep, that is very difficult to give up.
That's perfect. Okay, online somebody was saying something and we are going to conclude this discussion now.
Vanmali Govindas here.
Yes, please.
Regarding what Srinath Prabhu was telling about services, in that, although it appears out of the box, but it is very much connected, because when one does a lot of services, he neglects his sadhana. And neglecting sadhana.
So isn't sadhana a service?
Yeah, sadhana is also a service, but he will be doing inattentive chanting. He will not read Prabhupada books. So in a way, it is either offending the spiritual master or offending the holy name. So it's an offense only. So
Correct.
it is very much within the box only of offense.
Yes, correct. That's what I was looking for. Yes. So so if somebody is doing too many practical services and that leads to inattentive chanting or not hearing and reading the Bhagavatam, then that will lead to offenses. That will lead to offenses. So therefore, I think so you're still remaining to say something? No, you wanted to say something, right?
Yes, online.
No, Madan Sundar Prabhu here.
We were just about to complete something.
No, you go ahead. You wanted to say something.
No, I mean, on this discussion regarding differentiating between the suffering is because of sin or offenses. So I was referring back to my notes. I had spoken on this some time ago, and there was this particular verse. This is from Hari Bhakti Vilas. Sanatan Goswami is quoting there, but this is from Srimad Bhagavatam, making a point. I'm not going into details, making a point that at the time, this is 6th canto, 2nd chapter, verse number 46. Natha param karma nibandha kritanam. So the translation, there's no better way for those desiring liberation to cut the bondage of karma than chanting about the Lord. Because by chanting, the mind does not again become attached to material actions. By the processes, the mind again becomes contaminated by rajas and tamas. So in Hari Bhakti Vilas, the particular section on initiation, under that there is a section of prarabdha karma. So there's a section different. In that prarabdha karma, he quotes this shloka, and after that he quotes other series of shlokas, stating that at the time of initiation, all prarabdha karma is gone.
Correct. Zero.
First thing.
Prabhupada also says account becomes zero.
Zero. First thing. Second thing, then he says, continue Hari Bhakti Vilas. Then he says, now if prarabdha karma is gone, then how do we understand the devotee having a suffering? Then he makes a point, the only reason for devotee having a suffering is just because of aparadha, offenses. There cannot be any reasons. And then he quotes Bhagavad Gita and many others, so I have those verses over here. And he says, for example, Shipram Bhavati Dharmatma. When Krishna says, Apiche Suduracharo, even for that, Krishna says, Shipram Bhavati Dharmatma. So we have to be very clear, just like Arjuna Shukla was quoting Daksha's pastime. So in the 6th canto, when Daksha offended Narad Muni, there Vishnu Thakur writes, the reason he offended Narada, why? Because that offensive mentality remained. And in Nectar of Devotion, when you go back, Srila Rupa Goswami writes, even you have gone through Anartha Nivritti Nishtha. So why he makes a difference between sadhana bhakti and the prema bhakti? He brings bhava bhakti also in between. And this is Jiva Goswami doing that. He says bhava bhakti, why? Because everything has been settled. But because of offenses, the full blossoming of prema have not occurred. So you can't reach up to bhava. But because there's some traces of offenses, and that's where the offenses become the most severe, because they do not go away easily. Correct. They go the slowest. As far as sin, that can go away immediately.
Correct. Yes, thank you. So trying to, yes, so various points have come, trying to summarize the whole thing. What's said is very appropriate. And so therefore, to add to what Madan Sundar Prabhu has just said, Vishwanath Thakur in the Madhurya Kadamani describes the different levels at which different anarthas are destroyed. So he talks about 4 types of anarthas. Anarthas due to, yes, dushkritotta, sukritotta, apradotta, and bhaktyotta. And so there he describes that how those which are especially due to sins, then those can be destroyed at the level of nishta, ruchi, asakti, like that. But especially the offense, the anarthas due to the Vaishnava aparadha, so they may be, depends upon the severity of course, but they may be destroyed only at the level of prema. And so therefore, so coming to your question as to how to differentiate, so the differentiation, so this is one of the points of differentiation, and that is the effects due to offenses may last for a very long time. They may last for a very long time. So then when one may have to take note of that and try to analyze whether one has been offensive or one is offensive, or some things need to be rectified. So that's one point which definitely may have to be taken into consideration. And another point is that, as somebody did mention, if it is simply due to sins, as we just read that purport, where Srila Prabhupada is talking about punishments, so punishments that come in the form of suffering. But when there are offenses, especially Vaishnava aparadha, then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu describes in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, in his teachings to Rupa Goswami, that the Bhakti Lata is totally uprooted and broken. Uprooted and broken. So that means there is a serious loss of taste, almost to the point of nil. So that is the result of Vaishnava aparadha. But that may not be the case of simply sins. So if there are simply some sinful activities, then yes, they will be suffering, but they may not be so much destruction of the taste in the practice of devotional service. So definitely the severity of the results due to offenses is much more than if they are simply due to sins. But then again, another point which definitely needs to be taken note of is, again, if those sins are also performed knowingly or on the strength of the holy name, then it becomes aparadh. So therefore the word apichet suduracharu, the verse only refers to accidental sins. But if they are knowingly performed, then nam no baladhyasai papa buddhi. So all these points definitely have to be taken into consideration. But in any case, a devotee always needs to be extremely careful as to be careful not to commit sinful activities, not to commit offenses. So one definitely has to be very careful and safeguard the tender bhakti lata, protecting it by remaining in the association. Remaining in the association does not mean simply staying with the devotees. Remaining association means what? Yes, hearing, taking guidance from the devotees. Taking guidance from the devotees. So it doesn't mean just staying together. So that's, and then that's how our bhakti lata can be protected. So does it help?
But also, aren't we burning in the fire of our own repentance for these sins and offenses that we have done on a daily basis?
Say that again?
Aren't we burning in the fire of repentance for whatever unknowing sins I have done, or maybe some offenses also if I have done?
Yes, definitely. Repentance is definitely one of the solutions. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. At least for sins and offenses, more of actually, I actually repent a lot in what I have done in my past birth. And
okay, repentance is definitely important. At the same time, there also needs to be rectification. And rectification means intensifying the process of devotional service. So both things are important. Yes.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. Just some little clarification, Prabhuji. Like for example, now during book distribution and any camps, Prabhuji.
Camps?
Camp, any organizing any camps, youth camps and all.
Hmm.
So during that time, we are given services because of either experience or they find that this person would be able to do. And at the same time, if we don't take it, I know that in the earlier experiences goes that during that time, my chanting effects and sadhana effects, consciousness effects. But at the same time, if we don't take, then superiors are not satisfied. So it is not the question of surrender. The question is that whether we should take and later on cover it up. So that is actually my tendency.
Cover up what?
Means whatever sadhana you couldn't make it up or whatever it is. So in that case, what we should do? Should we say that, see, if I take it, then again, all these things will affect me or superiors will be satisfied?
What do you think? What do you think?
Means after this discussion, like two things are coming in mind that clearly tell them that, see, if I take this, then I am suffering on this side, my sadhana and all. So maybe you can find some replacement. We can tell like that. But I'm sure that they will not be satisfied.
Okay, they say no replacement. There's nobody else. You're the only saving grace.
Saving. Yeah.
Then what?
You please tell Roy what we should do. That's what I want to ask.
No, this is Bhakti Vedanta class.
No, because theoretically, yes, Prabhuji, I mean, definitely.
So my question to you is, so how often you have camps every day? You have this camp and something coming up?
No, bro, not every day.
Okay, then how often they come?
Twice or thrice in a semester.
Twice or what is semester? Time is quite relative.
Once in 6 months.
Okay, so twice or thrice in 6 months, right?
And marathon is like a daily affair for 45 days or 30 days.
30 days in a?
In a year, yeah.
Okay, so that frequency is not too much, I suppose, right?
Yes, sir. My point is that at that time, see, we know calculatively we take that risk sometimes. So means I just want to ask in what category it falls down. I'm clear that offensive, it is also offensive not to be attentive, but sometimes we become helpless because of our, situations.
Yeah, so see, so the basic point is now we have seen how Srila Prabhupada's disciples, what they went through, right? What did they go through in starting this movement and spreading this movement? How much we are going through is, I'm sure, quite insignificant in comparison what they went through. And so therefore, when there is a need, definitely we have to take up the service, and we have to try our best as far as the sadhana is concerned. We have to try our best to be as attentive as possible and do it as good as possible, and then later on try to cover up because as you said, it's not something which is happening every day. So it's like an emergency. So when emergencies come, then some compromise may be there, but then later on we have to cover up for it. So because our sadhana is not dependent, or our spiritual lives, our devotional service is not dependent simply on our own endeavors. It is dependent on mercy of the Vaishnavas. So if we don't take up the services that have been requested for by the Vaishnavas, then we lose on the Vaishnavas' mercy. Of course, definitely, if things are becoming too difficult and it's going into an extreme zone, definitely we can clarify and see what can be done. But if there is no replacements, no alternatives, then it's better to surrender and attract the grace of the Vaishnavas, and by that grace, even the impossible things can become possible.
Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna.
Is it always that, okay, somebody's sleeping and all, because somebody has got this material body, yukta hara vyarasya, means he has limitations of body. Means if somebody is extending, why always to think that because of offenses and because, or is it the connection that no, means I am not respecting the limits of body and I'm sleeping in japa, so it must be due to offenses only. Means.
So what's the question?
My question is, there is a limitation to body also.
Yes, so those factors definitely have to be taken into consideration.
Generally, many times these hectic things and these are happening. These are like going beyond the limits of body sometimes.
Right. So if so, one has to analyze the causes. So if one of the causes is this, then fine. Then one has to take that into consideration. One final comment.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Madan Sunarpu added one point that Srila Prabhupada says that during initiation, all prarabdha karmas are finished. But we have heard something else also from means Acharya, that Shanay. Your previous karmas are finished, but prarabdha is not finished. So now how to reconcile? Now he is saying means that only the further suffering is due to offenses one devotee creates while doing bhakti.
Okay, so recently we were discussing Bhakti Rasamrit Sindhu with Bhakti Shastri devotees. So there we were discussing this point about the stages of sin and how they destroyed. So in the commentary to the verse, Aprarabdha phalam papam, kutam bijam phalonmukam, krameneva praliyeta Vishnu bhakta ratatma. So this krameneva praliyeta, there, I suppose it's Jiva Goswami, who comments that, or Vishnu Chakravarti, one of them. So they comment that these krameneva means from recent to past. Recent to past. And so therefore, they say the sequence is prarabdha, bijam, kutam, aprarabdha. This is the sequence. Yes, prarabdha, bijam, kutam, aprarabdha. That is the sequence in which, and it's krameneva, it's gradual, that is correct. But this is the sequence in which they're destroyed. See, this is what Acharyas are saying. It's not me, you.
Because we have heard that prarabdha goes before, means first, and then later prarabdha goes away. Because somebody is suffering from something. After initiation, his body does not get cured. Like if somebody is limping and then he gets initiation, then it does not become means walking properly. Again, means it's a simple thing. It's a prarabdha is there in his body.
So again, krameneva.
So I'm saying his aprarabdha can be gone because Prabhupada also says that like after initiation, somebody is not a Brahmana born. So
okay, the whole discussion is there on that verse.
So he said that, so he will not, it's not said that he will get another body to become Brahmana, but his prarabdha previous sins are finished. Now he is in this body and he is eligible to perform that. But his body is because of prarabdha only. So if prarabdha is finished, then how he can suffer in this body?
So in that same series of verses in Hari Bhakti Vilas, so the point highlighted by Srila Sanatana Goswami is the suffering is gone, and now what you do as what you get as a suffering, that's only because of offenses. When it's said at the time of initiation, this is how he puts it. In terms of having a body, that's a very minimal requirement for us to continue practicing our bhakti. So you have to understand the nuance over there. To say that prarabdha is gone, which means body should become zero, that's not how it functions. The discussion is about suffering. So the suffering that happens in the life, the challenges, obstacles that happen in the life of a devotee, the point philosophically point made is, it is never because of sin, because the one who is practicing bhakti, just like we say, Yani Kani Chapa Pani Brahma Tadikani Cha. Every morning, many times devotee asks a question.
Okay, just one before we proceed. As far as the point that you're trying to make, that the suffering in the life of devotee is only due to offenses. So now again, in that same discussion, in the Bhakti Rasamrit Sindhu, the Acharya is explaining that the devotee can commit sinful activities also, after initiation. He can commit sinful activities also. And as a result of the sinful activities, just like this purport which we just read, So then Krishna himself gives suffering. So then he doesn't get a karmic reaction like a materialistic person, but because he is having sinful tendencies, he is committing sinful activities, then reaction can come because of that also.
So in this regard, even that sinful act which has been committed, while doing that, an aparad is also has been committed for disobeying the order of Guru. Guru Sadhu Shastra. The idea is offense is the baseline. Even if you're committing sinful act, aparad is committed, offense is committed.
Right, because especially if it's willfully done.
So offense is there. So point is offense is the foundation thing because of which devotee suffers. Now sinful reaction.
Huh. So?
After initiation. So I'm saying that that is a big reaction. And he has not been committing such a big offense that he died.
How do we know about those things? I mean, first of all, that is very remote cases. If something like that happens, not a regular cases, there have been remote cases. So you can't take the remote cases.
See, now, yes, we have cases of initiated devotees dying.
Yeah.
So many of them. We have senior devotees, junior devotees, so many. So, but then
no, after initiation, just after initiation. The point is just after initiation.
No, okay, after initiation.
That's what you're saying.
So what's
It's
the
not
problem?
after initiation, you're not gonna die.
No, but then the fact is that there is Krishna's plan, Krishna's intervention. So many things are there, no? So many factors. See, the basic principle that is very clear is that for a devotee, it is not whatever suffering he is undergoing is not due to karmic reaction. It is Krishna given. That point is very clear. So whatever happens, whether he is dying, whether he is getting disease or whatever, it is Krishna given, and Krishna has a definite purpose for that. What is that purpose? We may not always understand, but there is a purpose. Okay. Go ahead. Fine. One final.
So in this section of Prarabdha, whether it is destroyed or not, in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Uddhavas that Yatedhamsi, that verse is quoted. And later it's described by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur that Prarabdha is something by definition is already gotten.
Correct.
You cannot,
it can be modified.
But what we mean that Prarabdha is destroyed is the bad effect. Usually Prarabdha incriminates in further suffering. Like if I've taken birth in a bad...
So that is the whole discussion that goes on as that Shwapacha.
Yeah.
So Shwapacha, birth is still there, but he becomes purified and he becomes qualified to perform Vedic sacrifices. That means the effects of the bad birth are destroyed.
Yes, that's the
body is already born. That is true. But the effects of that can be changed. Okay, fine. Okay. So, but I thought that was an important discussion for devotees especially to understand why they could be suffering. And so therefore, ultimately what's the solution? What's the solution? Huh? Yes, be in the association of serious devotees and be serious in one's practice of devotional service, trying to avoid all sinful activities, offenses. So we have to understand that whenever there is some laxity in our practice of devotional service, then Krishna is going to give what? Chanamrit. Yes. Okay, we hope the online devotees are satisfied with the discussion.
Yes, very much, Prabhuji.
Good.
Extremely satisfied.
Good. Fine. So now we will proceed ahead. So hope the storyline is still in mind. So the fact is that all these Kurus and Yadus, they have come to Kurukshetra, especially to this Samanta Panchaka, where Lord Parshuram, after killing all the Kshatriyas, he came there, performed sacrifices to get rid of his sons. Okay, let's go ahead. 7 and 8. The mighty Yadavas passed with great majesty along the road. They were attended by their soldiers, who rode on chariots rivaling the airplanes of heaven, on horses moving with a rhythmic gait, and on bellowing elephants as huge as clouds. Also with them were many infantrymen as effulgent as celestial Vidyadharas. The Yadavas were so divinely dressed, being adorned with gold necklaces and flower garlands and wearing fine armor, that as they proceeded along the road with their wives, they seemed to be demigods flying through the sky. Okay, fine. So now you all can read the translations, because we are going to just go through some translations now. We're in line. Okay, Sachin Bhagwan Prabhu.
As Shamanta Panchak, the saintly Yadavas at Shamanta Panchak, the saintly Yadavas bathed and then observed a fast with careful attention. Afterward, they presented Brahmanas with cows bedecked with garments, flower garlands, and gold necklaces.
So when charity is given, it's not that useless things should be given. So you can see that they gave cows, not cows which were like useless, but bedecked with garments, flower garlands. Okay, go ahead.
In accordance with scriptural injunctions, the descendants of Vrishni then bathed once more in Lord Parshuram's lakes and fed first-class Brahmanas with sumptuous food. All the while they prayed, "May we be granted devotion to Lord Krishna."
Krishneno bhakti rastuti. So that is why they gave the charity to the Brahmanas, they fed them with sumptuous foods. They did all this for what purpose? To get devotion to Lord Krishna. That is the purpose of doing all this. So it's not simply some material punya, but it is ultimately for the purpose of increasing their devotion to the Supreme Lord. And that should be the purpose of whatever we do. Purport, the second bath marked the end of their fasting on the following day. Okay, fine, go ahead.
Then, with the permission of Lord Krishna, their sole object of worship, the Vrishnis ate breakfast and sat down at their leisure beneath trees that gave cooling shade.
Continue.
The Yadavas saw that many of the kings who arrived were old friends and relatives. The Matsyas, the Ushniras, the Kaushalyas, the Vidarbhas, Kurus, Srinjayas, Kambojas, Kaikayas, Madras, Kuntis, and the kings of Anartha and Kerala. They also saw many hundreds of other kings, both allies and adversaries. In addition, my dear King Parikshit, they saw their dear friends Nand Maharaj and the cowherd men and women who had been suffering in anxiety for so long.
Next.
As the great joy of seeing one another made the lotuses of their heart and faces bloom with fresh beauty, the man embraced one another enthusiastically, with tears pouring from their eyes, the hairs on their bodies standing on end, and their voices choked up. They all felt intense bliss.
Next.
The women glanced at one another with pure smiles of loving friendship, and when they embraced, their breasts smeared with the saffron paste pressed against one another as their eyes filled with the tears of affection.
So you can see, okay, go ahead, one more.
They all then offered obeisances to the elders and received respect in turning from their younger relatives. After inquiring from one another about the comfort of their trip and their well-being, they proceeded to talk about Krishna.
Purport.
These are the special dealings of Vaishnavas. Even the family entanglement that delude ordinary conditioned souls are no encumbrances for those whose family members are all pure devotees of the Lord. Impersonalists have no capacity for appreciating these intimate dealings, since their philosophy condemns as illusory any kind of personal, emotional existence. When followers of impersonalism pretend to understand the loving relationships of Krishna and his devotees, they only create havoc for themselves and whoever listens to them.
So at this point, I think so we discussed last time also about impersonalism and devotional service. You remember? Last time we had discussed? No? right? So therefore, that's the point. That is, we had quite an elaborate discussion last time about the feelings of the Lord, feelings of Varadev as is fighting with the Hiranyaksha. We read those purports also, right? So we had the discussion last time. And so therefore, as devotees, definitely it's not that devotees become hard-hearted and without feelings, but then the feelings also can be appropriately dovetailed in Krishna's service. And so therefore, the devotees have genuine feelings on the spiritual platform, not material feelings. And so it's not that they become stone-like. But then one definitely has to be sensitive in the dealings with other devotees, understanding that yes, even as devotees, one has feelings, and one has to be sensitive in dealing. Okay, let's take one or two examples before we take a break. Just one, two examples from the Shastras about sensitivity in dealings. Okay.
When Vidura went, he did not tell about disappearance of Lord Krishna. He said anyway it is going to be revealed, so why unnecessary agitate the people by telling the
Right,
bad
the
news.
disappearance of the Yadus and yes, Krishna. Okay, that's one example. Good. Some other example? Sensitive dealings.
Lord Krishna also, when Satrajit died, that time he also had to cry, just so that to be sensitive to the feelings of Satyabhama.
Okay. So you mean to say it was simply a show?
See, it is written there that okay,
Yes.
just specify.
Okay, okay, fine. Huh?
Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saying Govinda not to disturb Shrikant, who was disturbed by disturbed by seeing Nityananda kicking Shivanand Sen.
Shivanand Sen,
So
yes.
told him not to
Yes.
disturb him, let him offer obeisances.
Right, yes. Okay, so these are some few examples of sensitive dealings, and so therefore that is important. And so even though we do understand the philosophy that we are not bodies but spirit souls, but still we definitely have to understand that having emotions and feelings is a feature of sentient life, and so we cannot deny that. And so we definitely have to be sensitive. Okay, fine. So exact 10 minutes break.
Balramji.
Exact 10 minutes break. Huh? Okay, what happened to Balram?
Rukmini, when Rukmini's brother Krishna was punishing him, Rukmini, that time Balramji was sensitive dealing both of them, Krishna
Correct.
as well as Rukmini.
Correct. Yes, that's correct. Yes. Okay, so exact 10 minutes break. This break is only for Gayatri. It's not for loitering around. So only for Gayatri, and then so if you can just sit here and chant your Gayatri, that's fine. But in any case, 10 minutes is the exact time when we're going to begin again. Okay, and so we do have another break again at 1:30. That's a longer break of 20 minutes. Okay, Hare Krishna. Well, last time you had got some this extension board. No, it seems it looks he wants a charger, I think. Shuddhashitan, you require a charger? Okay, chalo. So now this meeting is taking place. Kurus, Yadus, and they're offering respects, exchanges. Okay, continue please. 17th verse. यहाँ पर है. Okay, let's recite this. Prita bratran swashirviksha putran pitaravapi bratra pratnir mukundam cha jahau sankataya shuchaha.
Queen Kunti meet with her brothers and sister and their children, and also with her parents, her brother's wife, and Lord Mukunda. While talking with them, she forgot her sorrow.
Purport.
Even the constant anxiety of a pure devotee, apparently just the opposite of impersonalist Shanti, can be an exalted manifestation of love of God, as exemplified by Srimati Kunti Devi, the aunt of Lord Krishna and mother of the Pandavas.
हमें नहीं चाहिए. हाँ? क्या हो गया? वो ऑन कर दो. और गया.
18th.
Hey, wait. Okay. So here there's a point that how Queen Kunti, she is meeting her brothers and sisters and the children and parents, all of this. And while doing so, what happened? She forgot her sorrow. Jaho sankataya shucha. Sorrow. And here Srila Prabhupada, the devotees are writing this comment here that how the constant anxiety of a pure devotee, which is opposite of the impersonal Shanti, can be an exalted manifestation of love of God. So therefore, in fact, Kunti Maharani, she's asking for what? She's praying for more suffering. So we know why she's asking for more suffering.
So that she can remember the Lord again and again.
Yes, because in that condition, she can remember the Lord better. And the result of remembrance will be?
Free from the cycle of birth and death.
Yes, free from the cycle of birth and death. So that is why she's actually asking for more suffering. But the important point here is that how the devotees are not after Shanti. So this desire for Shanti within the practice of devotional service is a contamination of what? Yes, Gyan. Is a contamination of Gyan within our practice of devotional service. So when we say Jnana Karma Dhyanavritam, so one of the understanding of that Gyan is a desire for Shanti. That's what the Jnanis want. They want Shanti, no more suffering. Or also Acharyas, they explain that when a devotee is given some services and the devotee thinks, when will this service end? And then I can be peaceful. That is a contamination of Gyan. These are all the various manifestations of Shanti, liberation. So therefore, a devotee doesn't think that way. A devotee wants to just serve. And while doing the service, sometimes there can be Shanti, sometimes there can be no Shanti. But still, one continues the service. And in that service, one gets more happiness than Shanti. That is actually what is supposed to happen. So on the platform of sadhana bhakti, of course, we may not be able to experience that, or according to one's level of realization, one experiences that. But at least theoretically, that's what we have to understand. And then whether we like it or not, we have to go through the austerity. As an austerity, one has to go through the services and whatever difficulties, when one has to go through them, understanding that this is what will purify me to come to that platform where I will realize that I had no more Shanti. Just like Mother Yashoda, what Shanti she had? No Shanti. Yes, Srila Prabhupada's life, no Shanti. So Srila Prabhupada, what difficulties in starting this movement and spreading this movement. But Srila Prabhupada was ready for that. Why? Because he took that as service to his spiritual master. And Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in fact, he says that the difficulties that come on the path of devotional service are my greatest ecstasies. Because then the devotee thinks this is giving me a chance to serve in spite of the difficulties. So it gives the devotee a chance to prove his sincerity, his seriousness in his practice of devotional service. Of course, as far as we are concerned, that difficulties will come anyways. But the important point is that a devotee is not simply looking for Shanti. So that we have to understand that that's actually a contamination within our practices of devotional service. If we are simply looking for Shanti, Shanti may come or it may not come. Sometimes it will come, sometimes it will not come. But a devotee's only goal is what? To serve. That's the devotee's goal.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
What's that? Shanti can also be a medium to serve. Okay. So okay. Those who are online will become ashanti if you don't speak in the mic.
Hare Krishna. So I am saying Shanti can be medium to serve also, because it is told by superiors, be peaceful first, then you start serving, or you chant holy name, be peaceful. So because many times the Ashanti happens because of lingering, material lingerings. So first be spiritual, means it's first become conscious, then you become Krishna conscious.
Of course, the soul is always conscious.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Yes. So therefore, what you're talking about is a different understanding of Shanti. So what you're talking about is basically rising our Rajas and Tamas. That is what you're talking about. And coming to the Sattva platform, that is the Shanti you're talking about. But the Shanti that we were discussing is slightly different. Yes, impersonals. And what we were discussing is basically so many difficulties that come even during the devotional activities. Okay, so even those who are not only just in Sattva, those who are in Shuddha Sattva, they also have to go through so many difficulties and challenges. So, but still, one is ready to accept.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Question is, sometimes devotees, they choose seva also like that. Here there is no trouble. I will chant all 64 rounds. Or I will do many other things. So then what is that? Or some people, they take a lot of seva also.
Okay, so who is going to decide this? Which type of seva? How many sevas? Who's going to decide? Guruji, who decides? Do we have choice or somebody decides? Okay, so Guruji says authorities decide.
They leave you on your choice, actually.
So they give you so much choice.
Yeah, that is there.
So then it's good. If you have choice, then it's good. Then you choose whatever gives you Shanti. Fine, no problem. But who is in control? You can choose the best service where there is full Shanti, and Krishna will make it the most Ashant situation. Then what to do? We can make our plans to be in Shanti, but man proposes, God disposes. So therefore we can have our conceptions and our plans to have Shanti. But what are Krishna's plans? So yes, but what you say is correct. So if we think that if we have been given that choice, okay, you choose your service, and so apparently we can choose a service which is peaceful according to propensity. No problem. That's fine. If you're given the choice, you choose. No problem. And if Krishna is merciful, from which
one doubt online.
We'll definitely come to you. We're just completing Arjuneshwar Prabhu's question here. So, but ultimately, whether we can be in that apparently peaceful condition is Krishna's prerogative, correct? If Krishna wants to purify me, then in the most peaceful situation, there can be turmoil at the least expected moment. At the least expected moments, there can be turmoil, devastation. So many things happen. How many examples? How many examples? So many examples. So you all know that incident about the cook who was cooking on Ekadashi day. You know that? I think you know it. Okay, fine. So there was this festival, so many devotees had come, sannyasis, proper disciples, and the cook was peacefully cooking. He was peacefully cooking a huge quantity of Ekadashi sabji. And then in between he had to go out somewhere, and he told his assistant to stir. And the assistant thought, oh, this Ekadashi sabji is not looking colorful. So he opened the refrigerator and he found, to his great happiness, he found a huge quantity of green peas, mutter. And then he thought, okay, very nice. And he put all the peas into the sabji, and he was very happy that it's looking colorful. So the cook was very peaceful. He was peacefully cooking. But in the matter of a few minutes, all his Shanti ended. How much time it did? Few minutes. Just a few minutes. And all his Shanti ended. And then he became the most ashant person. Because he landed up in a big crisis. Just imagine, there are 400, 500 devotees, sannyasis, proper disciples, and there is a mess. And finally what he had to do, there was no time to cook another sabji. And finally, the only thing that he could do was, what? So before the prasadam was served, he took the cook, the main cook, he took the mic and he announced that today when the sabji is served, we humbly request all the Vaishnavas to pick out the green peas and keep them aside. There was no alternative. That's all. No, this is recent times. Recent means maybe 10, 12 years back. It's only Radhanath Maharaj tells us instant. That you decide. But he didn't have any alternative. That's the only thing he could do. So the point is what? The point is we can choose our situations of Shanti, but if Krishna wants, he can make that situation of Shanti into total Ashant. And that can happen within moments. In moments it can happen. Doesn't take too much time. And how many experiences? I'm sure all of you sitting here have experiences. Hey, given the mic, he's laughing so loud.
It's making.
As you pointed out to all the devotees, so it is very special that devotee, when he has some mindset that this is the way I'm very peaceful in my devotional career, and suddenly it so happens that Lord gives some nice shock or
No, don't say that. Channamrit.
Charnamrit. And then later devotee understand that turmoil was also for one's benefit only. But
so
then,
what's your realization?
As you said that earlier, whatever mind was there, that it is very.
So what's your personal
situation.
experience? You have some realization, that's why you're speaking.
I'll share with you personally. Personal realization, personal sharing.
All devotees only.
This is a devotional recording. And
okay, if you're not comfortable, that's fine.
Not me, others won't be.
No, we have no issues. You want to share? No? Oh, fine. Okay, online, somebody wanted to say something?
Prabhuji, Vadmali Govindas here. Regarding that point that the seniors are giving us a choice to take a peaceful seva, Shanti wala seva. So I was feeling that there can be a problem in that also. That why they are giving a choice, because they may feel that he will be uncomfortable, he is not very ready now, and to just make us comfortable or not, or in extreme cases he may leave the association and go away. So that is why they are not giving us such a seva. But ideally, if we ask them that, Prabhu, you select for me, then they will give also the seva. So that is not a very good situation that we are deciding, or we are making them decide seva because we are not ready, we are not capable. Ideally, it should be that the senior should be giving us the seva, which may be peaceful or which may not be peaceful. That is correct, Prabhu, right? We should not leave it. Means it is not always correct that seniors are giving us, and that is very good thing. They may be giving us because we are not.
See, my understanding is that, see, in the initial years of our devotional life, yes, most things are dictated. But then as one grows, then some freedom may be given. That is also there. Some things are told.
Yeah.
But some freedom is also given as...
freedom is given for two reasons. One is because if we don't give freedom, then this the devotee whom we are giving the service will run away from bhakti or go away. Otherwise, why the freedom is given? Because he's dead sure that he will do the best and there is no doubt about it. So how we should know whether what is the reason for the freedom?
Whatever be the reason, if we are given freedom, then yes, then we can choose. Whatever be the reason. Yeah. So,
but the first reason is better than the second reason.
See, we can always request them. We can always request them to tell us what service is to be done. But if they say, no, you choose, then it's okay, then it's fine. So maybe they trust you. Maybe they trust you, therefore they're given the freedom. So it's fine. We don't have to be always too analytical. So if the freedom is given, then we can see what is most conducive for our
Yes.
devotional
Yes.
practice.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Okay,
Prabhuji,
Hare Krishna. Okay, fine.
Hare Krishna.
Huh.
Okay. Prabhuji, just I was thinking that this question of Arjunesh Prabhu, this discussion is going on. The freedom is given to the people, but most of the time they want to do more material thing in the name of the spirituality. And therefore they underestimate the importance of sadhanas. It is not that one has to take so much load that he doesn't have time for chanting. And nobody has told that you have to build a 1,000 temple. Nothing is like that. It is our personal ambition that I want to do this, I want to do that. And then neglecting the own sadhana. Paropkar is more, but for what about our own purification? That is not happening. And therefore the choice is given. And then we see that many people have fallen down. They are deviated because they don't give attention to their own sadhana. Nobody is there to tell. So what this Prabhuji was telling that what choice you have to do, we have to understand we are reading Shastra. Oh, this is harmful for me. If I do too much into this, this is not good for me. I have to focus on my chanting also. So is it okay?
Balance. Yes, balance between our sadhana and our seva is required. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead. 18. Okay, let's recite. Kunti uvacha aryabhratrar aham manye atmanam akritashisham yadva apatsu madvartam nanusmartha sattamaha.
Kunti said, "My dear, respectable brother, I feel that my desires have been frustrated because although all of you are most saintly, you forget me during my calamities."
Here Queen Kunti addresses her brother Vasudev. Okay, let's read the next one also. Surudo jnataya putra bhratara pituravapi nanu smaranti svajanam yasya devam madakshinam.
Friends and family members, even children, brothers and parents, forget a dear one who provides
providence.
Family and friend members, even children, brother and parents, forget a dear one whom providence no longer favors.
Purport.
Srila Sridhar Swami and Vishwanath Chakur Thakur both comment that Kunti does not blame her relative for her suffering. Thus, she called them most saintly person. Alludes here to her own bad fortune as the cause of her unhappiness.
Yes. So she's saying, yeah, friends and family members, forget a dear one whom providence no longer favors. And in the previous verse also she's saying that I feel that my desires have been frustrated because although all of you are most saintly, but you forgot me during my calamities. Apatsu. That means in times of danger. Na anusmarata sattamaha. Sattamaha. So she's saying, even though all of you are most saintly, but still, you did not remember me when I was put in dangerous situation. You didn't remember. But then, as the acharyas are explaining, so what she's not blaming them, rather she's blaming herself. She's saying, because of my own karma, yasya devam madakshinam. So it is because of my own deva that I've been put into these difficult situations. And so therefore, okay, they didn't, the relatives and friends may not have taken care so much, but that also is because of Deva. It's because of my own providence. So this is the attitude of a devotee in difficult times, in difficult situations. So of course we know the famous verse, Tate anukampam susamikshimano evatma kritam vipakam. So it is due to my own past misdeeds. So in that context, we can recollect the conversation between Maharaj Parikshit and Dharma, yes, in the form of the bull. And so there also we find that when Parishit Maharaj is asking Dharma as to who's the cause of suffering, what does Dharma say? Yes, so Dharma is giving various reasons on the basis of various philosophies. This could be the cause, that could be the cause, but he's not saying any definitive cause. He's personally not pointing out to Kali as to the cause of suffering. And there, of course, the Acharyas and Srila Prabhupada give some nice purports over there. But the main essence there is that how a devotee, he does not blame others in one's times of suffering. Rather, he accepts them as to be due to his own past misdeeds. So now a question arises. Okay, so as I'm walking down the road, so somebody is coming with a stick to beat me. So what I should do? Please come. This is my karma. Beat me. Balbhadra Babu, you have mic. Can you please enlighten us?
First we'll ask why you are want to beat me. What is the reason?
So I am saying this is my karma, so please come, beat me.
First thing will be that we'll just we'll protest. That is the first thing.
So
and
why,
then we'll ask.
why we should protest? We should accept, no? Karma. It is my karma. So accept. Why to protest?
Depending on our level, we should act accordingly.
Wait, somebody is.
Depending on our position.
क्या है? Somebody said something.
Yes, so depending on our position and level.
Depending on our position and
level. We should act appropriately. There's no one specific answer to that.
There's no one specific answer. Okay, just like to give an example, we see in the case of Jad Bharat, when the dacoits came to kill him, did he protest? No, he didn't protest at all. Yes, even Prahlad Maharaj didn't protest. Okay, so he's saying yes, we should not imitate. We are supposed to get inspired. Okay, so now the next question arises. So why we should not imitate? Okay, we have sadhaka. So
it will not purify us. It will put us into a difficult situation.
We cannot imitate.
Like Arjuna wanted to go to the forest, and Krishna says, "You perform your prescribed duties." You should not act. I mean, Arjuna is of course at a very pure level, but still, as a lesson to us, is do you perform your prescribed duties at the level where you are.
Okay, so we have to perform prescribed duties at the level we are. Okay, good. So, some other answers?
As it is told to devotees not to go to the places which are actually for even yatras, which are
dangerous.
Because we are practicing sadhakas and we have to actually progress ahead. But then the examples that we see of Jad Bharat and others, they actually reach to the attainment of pure devotional service. So even though they are here or not.
Oh, that means their presence is even more important.
Yeah, their presence is important, but for them personally, it doesn't matter. So it's Lord's choice whether to keep them or not.
And of course, for Jad Bharat, Kali Mata herself came to protect. So we are not sure whether Kali Mata will come. Yes, so the basic point is, yes, we cannot imitate, and so we have to act according to our adhikar. And we have to understand that ultimately our body is meant to be used in Krishna's service. So we don't unnecessarily put ourselves in a situation of danger, but we definitely try to do the needful. But in spite of that, if something happens, then yes, then we accept that as Krishna's plan.
Even Srila Prabhupada says in one of the purport that we have to protect our body at any cost.
Yes, because the body is also Krishna's property.
Just looking at this from a different perspective, this was a debatable question asked to Srila Prabhupada. And the question was, this is in context of nectar devotion only, the third chapter. So question to Srila Prabhupada was, Prabhupada, should a devotee save a drowning man?
Yes, this we discuss in our nectar devotion classes.
Yeah, I mean, this is another perspective of it now. So how do we reconcile these two now? How do we look at both of it? Prabhupada said, well, don't get involved. Now we're talking about, we are in the situation here and somebody's attacking us. So self-defense, just like Draupadi calling out Krishna's name, again, nectar devotion talks about it.
Correct.
So if you can reconcile, that will make the whole thing clear.
So this, of course, self-protection, that is because, okay, we are at least trying to be devotees. We're trying to be devotees, and so that's. Now, as far as saving another man is concerned, now that man, if he's a materialistic person, then everything acts according to his karma. So then if things are going to happen according to his karma, then even if I try to save him, and if it is karma to drown, nothing can be done about it. Even if I try to save, he will drown anyways. My attempts to help him will not be successful. But then Srila Prabhupada adds another perspective to that. That is, if it's possible for us to save, we should try to save, because on the principle of loka vichar, for the purpose of creating goodwill amongst the people, then we can try to save. We can try, because otherwise people will say that, oh, these Hare Krishnas are very hard-hearted, they don't help. So therefore, in order to prevent the anti-preaching, if it is possible within our capacity, so it has to be a calculated risk. It's not an uncalculated risk, not putting ourselves in danger. But if it is possible within our capacity, we can try. That's how Srila Prabhupada answered. Okay, fine. So here, Kunti Maharani is not blaming her relatives and friends. She's accepting that it is my own providence, my own karma, and that she had to go through all that suffering. Okay, 20. So now Vasudeva is replying to Mother Kunti. Shri Vasudeva Vacha Ambamasman Asuyetha Deva Kridana Kanaran Ishasya hi vashe loka kurute karyate tava.
Sri Vasudeva said, dear sister, please don't be angry with us. We are only ordinary men, playthings of faith. Indeed, whether a person acts on his own or is forced by others, he is always under the Supreme Lord's control.
Whether a person acts on his own or is forced by others, he is always under the Supreme Lord's control. So this is the faith. This is the faith of a devotee, that ultimately the Supreme Lord is in control. Ishasya hi vashe lokaha kurute karyate athava. So vasha. The Supreme Lord is in full control. In this context, many times the analogy of the bull is given in many places. Just like the bull is tied by the rope going through the nose. And so when the person pulls, then the bull has to move. And this is the same answer which even Lord Brahma gave to Priyavrat when he tried to convince Priyavrat to take up the kingdom. So that time also Priyavrat, he told that ultimately I am simply the representative of the Supreme Lord, and everything happens according to the plan of the Supreme Lord, and so you have to follow that plan. And so therefore that same thing was they were saying over here also. Ultimately, whatever happens in a person's life is being controlled by the Supreme Lord. And so having this faith is something which is very important, that ultimately whatever is happening in my life and in the life of others is being controlled by the Supreme Lord, and it is all perfect. As Srila Prabhupada has written, that famous statement in the purport to the invocation to the Ishopanishad.
All incompleteness.
All forms of incompleteness are only due to incomplete knowledge of the complete whole. And also, I think so we discussed this point last time also, I think this point. Also in first canto, third chapter, text 36, Sudha Goswami is addressing the Supreme Lord as Amoga Leela. Amoga Leela means?
Flawless.
Yes, flawless, spotless. So there can be nothing wrong in the Lord's creation. So everything that is happening is perfect. I may not understand it, but ultimately from the Lord's perspective, it is perfect. And so therefore, definitely, of course, we can do the needful, whatever is required in various situations. But ultimately, we have to have that faith that ultimately the Lord's, whatever the Lord is doing is perfect. And because He's Suridam Sarva Bhutanam, therefore, whatever He's doing is also for the best benefit of all the living entities. Okay?
This might sound a little silly, but I'm just kind of thinking about it. And this is what I was trying to ask before. For example, now Vasudeva is saying here, my dear sister, will of providence. Well, when he was on the chariot, and when Kamsa reached the sword, that time he did took an action. That time he didn't philosophize, my dear wife, will of providence. I mean, I'm not doubting his action, which is totally human and makes all the sense. But I'm just trying to understand. That's the reason I said it sounds silly. But, you know, somebody may doubt, hey, you're giving me this preachy things. When you were in trouble, your wife was in trouble. You didn't say that time. So any thoughts on that?
Okay, good point. Good point. Good question. So, okay, somebody could definitely raise this question. So how do we answer that? Okay, Bhagavad Gita.
In a situation, whatever is in our control, we can, like Prabhupada says in the purport of similar same section, Vasudeva trying to save Devaki, that till the time the whatever something we can do to prevent this calamity, one should always try to do it, because the body is meant to practice devotion service. One should never neglect that. No, let it go away and put head in tiger's mouth like that. So, if any possibility is there to stop the calamity, one can always try. But when I have no opportunity to do that, then he had no other option but to think a Lord's arrangement. So even the same, when I was about to talk to Kamsa also, he contemplated what to do. So, but then he decided, till that time the opportunity is there, I should try to save the Devaki. So then he started discussing with Kamsa.
Okay, good points. Someone add something to this? What is the essential principle here?
First question, did he try?
What?
To save her sister, to save his sister.
Is there any doubt about that?
No, because she's saying, "Na, you all forgot me." So she must have seen that incident.
No. See. Now, he's talking about another situation. He's talking about when Kamsa was trying to kill Devaki.
No, that was his reference.
So what he's saying, he didn't try to say, didn't Vasudeva actually try, he didn't try, he just trying to philosophize to her. That's the point he's making. There's no reference of it. The Vasudeva.
Yeah, so
and now he's philosophizing to her to accept that as a will. But she's actually one way saying that you all forgot me.
Somewhere, okay, let's see what's the next.
We hear that Akruraji was sent by Krishna. That time he meets and pacifies her.
Okay. As far as the answer to your question is concerned, it comes in the next verse. Okay, just read the next one.
Harassed by Kamsa, that one?
Yes.
Harassed by Kamsa, we all fled in various directions. But by the grace of providence, we have now finally been able to return to our homes, my dear sister.
Yes. So that means what? Yes, he was not in a position to help.
Yeah, but in commentary, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says
Kamsa
that
lived only for
Vasudeva was imprisoned.
Yes, another point is, yes, Vasudeva was imprisoned.
No, but Kamsa was only for 11 years only, na? Because if you see Arjuna and Krishna contemporary, so when Krishna was born, after 11 years, he killed Kamsa.
Okay.
After, it was only for 11 years, but Kunti, her suffering is for long time.
No, but then, but she is referring to, especially to those sufferings. Take the mic.
According to Jiva Goswami and Gopal Champu, this particular ceremony which we talk in Kurukshetra, it happened somewhere around 45 years. When Krishna was around 45 years, the ceremony. If now you calculate it that way, Pandavas were very well settled. They had no problem. Problem occurred after Rajasya Yajna. That was at the age of 75. Even not at that point of time, when the dice game happened, which was just few months down the line.
That was immediately after Rajasya sacrifice.
Which means right now, when this Kurukshetra thing is, this solar eclipse is happening, Krishna is around 45 years, which means Arjuna was 45. So they were already ruling Khandava Prastha.
Yeah.
So Kunti was very well settled and peaceful. Only thing Kunti was in trouble is, and for which Krishna had sent Akrura to the Dhritarashtra, that now they have grown up. Yudhishthira is 18-year-old. Now you should make sure, and that's the time, that the division of the kingdom happened. Indraprastha and Khandava. So that way the action was taken. And at this point in time, there is no crisis in the life of Pandavas.
So, of course, here she is referring to most probably the fact that Pandu died. And those types of sufferings that were there at that time. But then at that time, then Vasudeva was also not in a position to help.
Correct.
That is the point.
And he became in position after 11 years. And by that time, Pandavas are also stabilized.
Yes. So that's a different situation.
Correct.
But that's what he's saying here, that at that point of time, he was not in a position to help. That is the point.
Till the time Pandava did not gain their kingdom back, all the time, so Kunti mentions that she is like a lamb in the in all the association of all these lions. So they are always troubling. So always there was a fear of getting killed or killing whatever. So she was always troubled. It's not that only for 45 years she was peaceful. Actually, there was always trouble. They were always planning, scamming to kill.
Trouble was always there. But then the point is, later on, the Pandavas grew up, and then they had to manage things on their own. Na? Yeah, that's what. So that time they had to manage things on their own.
No, Rajasya Yajna happened after which year?
No, that's what we just read. Na? The beginning of the chapter we read. Na?
Correct.
This is taking place between Balram going to Vrindavan and then Raju sacrifice. So immediately after this, then Raju sacrifice takes place, and then the Duryodhan becomes envious, and then all that gambling match and all take place. So then all that takes place afterwards, the exile and all that.
So this is 45 years of Lord Krishna's, is approximately from Jiva Goswami, Gopal Champu. Just prior to this was Balramji went to Vrindavan and he had taken permission from Krishna. That's the point.
Suffering became more acute later, not now.
Yes, that's true. But whatever suffering she's talking about now, that time Vasudeva was not in a position to help, because that time was imprisoned by Kamsa. Okay, fine. Going ahead. Okay. 22. Shukdev Goswami said, Vasudev, Ugrasen, and the other Yadus honored the various kings who became supremely blissful and content upon seeing Lord Achyuta. Okay, please read translations 23 to 26.
All the royalty present, including Bhishma, Drona, Dhritarashtra, Gandhari and her sons, the Pandavas and their wives, Kunti, Sanjaya, Vidura, Kripacharya, Kunti Bhoja, Virata, Bhishmaka, the great Nagnajit, Purojit, Drupada, Shalnya, Drishtaketu, Kashiraj, Damaghosh, Vishalaksha, Maithila, Madra, Kekaya, Yudha, Manyu, Sushrama, Bahilka, with his associates and their sons, and the many other kings subservient to Maharaj Yudhishthir, all of them, O best of kings, were simply amazed to see the transcendental form of Lord Krishna, the abode of all opulences and beauty, standing before them with his consorts.
Purport.
All these kings were now followers of Yudhishthir, because he had subjugated each of them to earn privilege of performing the Rajasuya sacrifice. The Vedic injunctions state that a Kshatriya who wants to execute the Rajasuya for elevation to heaven must first send out a victory horse to roam freely. Any other king whose territory this horse enters must either voluntarily submit or face the Kshatriya or his representatives in battle.
Right. So this is just before the Rajasuya sacrifice. Okay, go ahead. 27.
After Lord Balram and Lord Krishna had liberally honored them, with great joy and enthusiasm, these kings began to praise the members of Vrishni clan, Shri Krishna's personal associates.
Continue.
The king said, O king of the Bhojas, you alone among men have achieved a truly exalted birth, for you have continually behold Lord Krishna, who is rarely visible even to great yogis.
Durdarsham api yoginam. So this Durdarsham reminds you of something? Right, 11th chapter of the Gita. क्या एक चीज का कितना पर्सपेक्टिव So anyway, so yes, so what does Krishna say in the 11th chapter of the Gita? Yes, Sudurdarsham, Nitya Darshana Kankshinaha. The Devatas are always hankering to see which form? Yes, the two-handed form. So the two-handed form is so rare, even for the Devatas, that they're always hankering to see the two-handed form. So, what about us? Are we seeing or no? Yes. See, right here. Okay, that is true. Okay, some experience is there. So here he's saying Durdarsham api yoginam. So are we better than these great yogis? Yes. How? So we have all become such great Mahatmas.
At least we are able to chant and worship and serve. And on top of it, Brahmande Brahmitik Mane Bhagyavan Jiva Guru Krishna Prasade Pai Bhakti Lata Bija. And that was the one who is the most fortunate one. He gets this special mercy and favor like that.
So how we have become so fortunate?
Guru's Vaishnava's Kripa.
Yes, specifically for us? Yeah, Srila Prabhupada's and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy. That is the most important factor in the age of Kali Yuga. It's only because of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy coming through the Acharyas, especially Srila Prabhupada, that we have this great fortune that every day we can have darshan of Krishna, two-handed form of Krishna. Okay, fine. So the king are appreciating the great fortune of the Yadus. Okay, continue. 29:30.
So, yeah. His fame as broadcast by the Vedas, the water that has washed his feet, and the words he speaks in the form of the revealed scriptures. These thoroughly purify this universe. Although the earth's good fortune was ravaged by time, the touch of his lotus feet has revitalized her. And thus she is raining down on us the fulfillment of all our desires. The same Lord Vishnu who makes one forget the goals of heaven and liberation has now entered into the marital and blood relationship with you, who otherwise travel on the hellish path of family life. Indeed, in these relationships, you see and touch him directly, walk beside him, converse with him, and together with him lie down to rest, sit at ease, and take your meals.
Purport.
All Vedic mantras glorify Lord Vishnu. This truth is supported with elaborate evidence by learned acharyas like Ramanuja in his Vedanta Sangraha and Madhava in his Rig Ved Bhashya. The words Vishnu himself speaks, such as Bhagavad Gita, are the confidential essence of our scriptures. In his manifestation as Vyasadeva, the Supreme Lord composed both the Vedanta Sutras and Mahabharata. And this Mahabharata includes Sri Krishna's personal statement Vedaischa sarve aham eva vedyo Vedanta krit vedavid eva chaham. While the Vedas are to be known, indeed I am the compiler of Vedanta and the knower of all the Vedas. When Lord Vishnu appeared before Bali Maharaj to beg 3 steps of land, the last second step pierced the shells of the universe. The water of the transcendental river Viraja, lying just outside the universal lake, thus seeped inside, washing Lord Vamana's foot, flowing down to become the Ganges river. Because of the sanctity of its origin, the Ganges is generally considered the most holy of rivers. But even more potent is the water of Yamuna, where Lord Vishnu in his original form of Govinda played with his intimate companions. In these 2 verses, the assembled kings praise the special merit of Lord Krishna's Yadu clan. Not only do they see Krishna, but they are also directly connected with him by dual bonds of marital and blood relationships. Srila Vishnu Chakravarti suggests that the word bandha, besides its more obvious meaning of relation, can also be understood in the sense of capture, expressing that the love the Yadus feel for the Lord obliges him to always to stay with them.
Yes. So basically they are glorifying the good fortune of the Yadus, that they get to personally associate with Lord Krishna, and so that is what they are glorifying. Okay, let's continue. 31.
Sukadeva Goswami said, when Nanda Maharaj learned that the Yadus had arrived, led by Krishna, he immediately went to see them. The cowards accompanied him, their various possessions loaded on their wagons.
Purport?
The cowards of Vraja were planning to stay at Kurukshetra for some days. So they came equipped with adequate provisions, especially milk products and other foods for the pleasure of Krishna and Balaram.
Next.
Seeing Nanda, the Vrishnis were delighted and stood up like dead bodies coming back to their lives. Having felt much distress at not seeing him for so long, they held him in a tight embrace.
Next.
Vasudev embraced Nanda Maharaj with great joy. Beside himself with ecstatic love, Vasudev remembered the troubles Kamsa had caused him, forcing him to leave his sons in Gokula for their safety. O hero of the Kurus, Krishna and Balaram embraced their foster parents and bowed down to them, but their throats were so choked up with tears of love that 2 lords could say nothing.
Purport.
After a long separation, a respectful child should first offer obeisances to his parents. Nanda and Yashoda gave their sons no opportunity for this. However, for as soon as they saw them, they embraced them. Only then could Krishna and Balaram offer their proper respects.
Continue.
Raising their 2 sons onto their laps and holding them in their arms, Nanda and saintly Mother Yashoda forgot their sorrow. Purport. Srila Vishnu Chakravarti explains that after the initial embraces and obeisances, Vasudeva led Nanda and Yashoda into his tent as they held the hands of Krishna and Balaram. Following them inside were Rohini, other women and men of Vraja, and a number of attendants. Inside, Nanda and Yashoda took the 2 boys on their laps. Despite having heard the glories of the 2 lords of Dwarka, and despite seeing these opulences now before their eyes, Nanda and Yashoda looked upon them as if they were still their 8-year-old children.
Okay. Continue.
Then Rohini and Devaki both embraced the queen of Vraja, remembering the faithful friendship she had shown them. Their throats choking with tears, they addressed her as follows. Purport. At this time, according to Srila Vishnu Chakravarti, Sri Vasudev invited Nanda outside to meet Ugrasena and the other elder Yadus. Taking this opportunity, Rohini and Devaki talked with Queen Yashoda.
So now only Rohini, Devaki and Yashoda are there along with Krishna and Balram. So now they are speaking to Yashoda. Rohini and Devaki are speaking to Yashoda. And what are they saying? Ka vismareta vametrim anivrittam vrajeshwari avapyapya indrameshwaryam yasya neha pratikriya.
Rohini and Devaki said, "What woman could forget the unceasing friendship you and Nanda have shown us, dear queen of Vraja? There is no way to repay you in this world, even with the wealth of Indra."
Okay, so they're saying that even with the wealth of Indra, we cannot know pratikriya. So, of course, they have much more wealth than the wealth of Indra in Golok Vrindavan. But anyway, that's a common use of language. So Indra is considered to be very wealthy. Okay, continue. 38.
Before these two boys had ever seen their real parents, you acted as their parents and gave them all affectionate care, training, nourishment, and protection. They were never afraid, good lady, because you protected them just as eyelids protect the eyes. Indeed, saintly persons like you never discriminate between outsiders and their own kin. Purport. As Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti explains, Krishna and Balaram had not seen their parents for two reasons: because of their exile in Vraja, and also because they are never actually born and therefore have no parents. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti also describes what Devaki thought before speaking this verse. Alas, because for so long these two sons of mine had you, Yashoda, as their guardian and mother, and because they were immersed in such a vast ocean of ecstatic loving dealings with you, now that you are once more before them, they are too distracted to even notice me. Also, you are behaving as if insane and blind with love for them, showing millions of times more maternal affection than I possess. Thus, you simply keep staring at us, your friends, without recognizing us. So let me bring you back to reality on the pretext of some affectionate words. Then, when Devaki failed to get any response from Yashoda, even after addressing her, Rohini said, "My dear Devaki, it's impossible just now to rouse her out of this ecstatic trance. We are crying in the wilderness, and her two sons are no less bound up in the ropes of affection for her than she is for them. So let us now go outside to meet with Pratha, Draupadi, and the others."
Okay, so here, before these two boys had ever seen their real parents, you acted as their parents and gave them all affectionate care, training, nourishment, and protection. So basically, as Vishnu Chakravarti is saying, that these words are spoken by Devaki to distract the attention of Mother Yashoda. So Mother Yashoda and Krishna and Balram, they're having this very loving reciprocation. And so Mother Yashoda is sort of disregarding the presence of Devaki and Rohini. And so therefore she is speaking these words to sort of distract her attention, distract the attention of Mother Yashoda. But then even after she spoke these words, she could not be distracted. And so therefore he says, then Rohini said, okay, they are busy in their loving affection and reciprocation, so we will go outside. Okay, 39.
Shukdev Goswami said, while gazing at their beloved Krishna, the young gopis used to condemn the creator of their eyelids, which would momentarily block their vision of him. Now seeing Krishna again after such a long separation, with their eyes they took him into their hearts, and there they embraced him with him to their full satisfaction. In this way, they become totally absorbed in ecstatic meditation on him, although those who constantly practice mystic yoga find such absorption difficult to achieve.
Okay, so here we can see the meeting of all these different Vrajvasis. So first there is how Vasudev met with Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda, and then there is the meeting of Krishna and Balram with Nanda and Yashoda, and now there is meeting of the gopis the gopis with Krishna and Balram. And so therefore that is what is being described here, that how the gopis now they saw Krishna and how they took him into their hearts through their eyes and they embraced him within their hearts. And so this love of the gopis is much higher than the meditation of the yogis. So there's no comparison, of course. Okay, purport.
According to Vishwanath Chakravarti, just then Lord Balram saw the gopis standing a short distance away. Seeing them trembling with eagerness to meet Krishna, the apparently ready to give up their lives if they couldn't, he tactfully decided to get up and involve himself elsewhere. Then the gopis attained the state described in the current verse. In referring to the gopis' intolerant disrespect of Lord Brahma, the creator of eyelids, Shukdev Goswami is giving vent to his own subtle jealousy of the gopis' favored position. Srila Jiva Goswami offers an alternate understanding of the phrase Nitya Vyujam. Nitya Yujam, which may mean even of the Lord's principal queens who tend to be proud of their constant association with him. In Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Srila Prabhupada writes, because they had been separated from Krishna for so many years, the gopis having come along with Nanda Maharaj and Mother Yashoda felt intense ecstasy in seeing Krishna. No one can even imagine how anxious the gopis were to see Krishna again. As soon as Krishna became visible to them, they took him inside their hearts, through their eyes, and embraced him to their full satisfaction. Even though they were embracing Krishna only mentally, they became so ecstatic and overwhelmed with joy that for the time being, they completely forgot themselves. The ecstatic trance which they achieved simply by mentally embracing Krishna is impossible to achieve even for great yogis constantly engaged in meditation on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna could understand that the gopis were wrapped in ecstasy by embracing him in their minds. And therefore, since he is present in everyone's heart, he also reciprocated with the embracing from within.
Okay, fine. Continue.
The Supreme Lord approached the gopis in a secluded place as they stood in their ecstatic trance. After embracing each of them and inquiring about their well-being, he laughed and spoke as follows. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti comments that Krishna expanded himself by his Vibhuti Shakti to embrace each of the gopis individually, thus waking each of them from their trance. He inquired, "Are you now relieved of your pain of separation?" and laughed to help lighten their spirits.
So he expanded himself to embrace each one of them. So now Krishna begins to speak to the gopis. Api smarata na sakya swanamartha chikirshaya gatam shirayatam chatru paksha kshapana chetasaha.
Lord Krishna said, "My dear girlfriends, do you still remember me? It was for my relatives' sake that I stayed away so long, intent on destroying my enemies."
So he's saying that I went away because I wanted to destroy the Shatru, the enemies. Okay, next 42.
Do you perhaps think I am ungrateful and thus hold me in contempt? After all, it is the Supreme Lord who brings living beings together and separates them.
Purport.
Shri Vishwanath Chakravarti reveals the gopis' thoughts. We are not like you, who, with your heart shattered by remembering us day and night, gave up all sense enjoyment in your distress of separation. Rather,
We have not remembered you at all. In fact, we have been quite happy without you. In response, Krishna here asks whether they resent his ingratitude.
Okay, so this is a sarcastic statement. So the gopis are saying, say, we are not like you. You were in so much distress in separation from us, but we hardly care for you. So this is a sarcastic statement. Of course, we know the reality is that they were, if not equally, suffering more, remembering Krishna. But here they want to show that, oh, we are not suffering. We are okay. Maybe you have been suffering. So but then Krishna understood that the fact is that they have been in great distress, and they understand, and he understood that they are actually feeling that he is ungrateful. And so therefore here he is saying, do you perhaps think I'm ungrateful and thus hold me in contempt? Do you have some grudges against me? But then he is giving the reason for that. He's saying, but what to do? This is all the result of Nonam Bhutani Bhagavan. So Bhagavan is doing all this. But who's Bhagavan? He only is Bhagavan who's doing all this. But then, of course, the gopis are also not fools. So they also know who is Bhagavan. So, okay, go ahead. So now, in order to explain this fact that how Bhagavan is separating living entities and bringing them together, he is also giving an analogy in the next verse.
Just as the wind brings together masses of clouds, blades of grass, wisps of cotton, and particles of dust, only to scatter them all again, so the Creator deals with His created beings in the same way.
Yeah, so he's giving an analogy of how the wind brings things together and scatters them. So Lord is doing all this. Okay, 44. Mai bhakti hi bhutanam amritatvaya kalpate dishtya yadasin mat sneho bhavati nam mat apanaha.
Rendering devotional service to me qualifies any living being for eternal life. But by your good fortune, you have developed a special living attitude toward me, by which you have obtained me.
Purport.
According to Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti, the gopis then replied, but that Supreme Lord you are blaming is none other than yourself. O most clever of speakers, everyone in the world knows this. Why should we be ignorant of this fact? All right, Lord Krishna then told them, if this is true, I must be God. But still I am conquered by your loving affection.
Okay, so here Krishna is speaking in a general way how somebody can attain him by loving devotional service. Dishtya yadasin mat sneha, by developing sneha, by developing love for me, that is how one can achieve me. So because in the previous verses they have said that yes, ultimately, so Krishna says that ultimately God is doing all this. He is bringing living entities together, separating. But now the gopis are saying, but you are only God. You are only doing all this. So then he's saying, okay, fine, if I am God, but then still the fact is that you have that special affection for me by which you have achieved me. Okay, 45. Aham hi sarva bhutanam adirantantaram bahi bhautikanam yathakam var bhurvayu jyotiranganaha. Okay, you want? Okay. You want to read?
Dear ladies, I am beginning and end of all created beings, and exist both within and without them, just as the elements, ether, water, earth, air, and fire are the beginning and the end of all material objects, and exist both within and without them. Purport. According to Srila Siddha Swami and Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti, Lord Krishna implies the following idea in this verse. If you know that I am the Supreme Lord, there should be no question of your suffering, any separation from me, since I pervade all existence. Your unhappiness must be due to a lack of discrimination. Therefore, please take this instruction from me, which will remove your ignorance. But the truth of the matter is that you gopis were in your previous lives great masters of yoga, and thus you must already know the science of Gyan Yoga. Furthermore, whether I try to teach this to you in person or through my representative, such as Uddhava, it will not produce the desired results. Gyan Yoga simply causes suffering for those who are fully immersed in the pure love of Godhead.
So here the Lord is trying to pacify them with philosophical understanding that how he is basically everywhere. Ahami sarva bhutanam adir anto antaram bahi. So he's basically trying to teach them philosophically that how he is everywhere. And so therefore, what is the need for them to be in distress? Because if you know that I'm everywhere, then you should see me everywhere. Then why you should feel separation? So he's trying to pacify them philosophically. But of course, he knows that they cannot be pacified philosophically because of prema. Okay, 46. Evametani bhutani bhuteshatmatmana tataha ubhayam mayatha pare pashyata bhatam akshare.
In this way, all created things reside within the basic elements of creation, while the spirit souls pervade the creation, remaining in their own true identity. You should see both of these, the material creation and the self, as manifest within me, the imperishable supreme truth. Purport. One should properly understand the relationships among the material objects of this world, the elements comprising this basic substance, the individual spirit souls, and the one supreme soul. The various objects of material enjoyment, such as pots, rivers, and mountains, are manufactured from the basic material elements, earth, water, fire, and so on. These elements pervade material things as their causes, while the spirit souls pervade them in their special role as their enjoyer, swatmana. And ultimately, the material elements, their products, and the living entities are all manifested within and pervaded by the imperishable, perfectly complete Supreme Soul Krishna. A Jnani with the realization of these facts should feel no separation from the Lord in any situation. But the gopis of Braja are much more elevated in their Krishna consciousness than ordinary Jnanis because of their intense love for Krishna in his most human-like, all-attractive aspect as a young cowherd boy. Krishna's internal potency, Yog Maya, covered their knowledge of his majestic aspect, such as his all-pervasiveness. Thus the gopis were able to relish the intense ecstasy caused by their love in separation from him. Only in jest is Sri Krishna ascribing to them a lack of spiritual discrimination.
Okay, so as the Acharya is saying, the Lord is sort of joking with them by presenting all this philosophical understanding. But of course, as he's saying here, the gopis were able to relish the intense ecstasy caused by their love in separation. So the love in separation was actually a cause of great ecstasy. It's not a cause of some material distress, but actually the separation causes spiritual ecstasy and a pleasure much above any type of material pleasure. But the Lord is trying to jokingly teach them some philosophical understanding. 47. Shri Shuka Vacha Adhyatma Shikshaya Gopya Evam Krishnena Shikshitaha Tad Anusmaranadvasta Jiva Koshastam Adhyagan.
Sukdev Goswami said, having thus been instructed by Krishna in spiritual matters, the gopis were freed of all tinges of false ego because of their incessant meditation upon him. And with their deepening absorption in him, they came to understand him fully. Purport. Srila Prabhupada renders this passage as follows in Krishna. The gopis, having been instructed by Krishna in this philosophy of simultaneous oneness and difference, remained always in Krishna consciousness and thus became liberated from all material contamination. The consciousness of the living entity who falsely presents himself as the enjoyer of the material world is called Jiva Kosha, which means imprisonment by the false ego. Not only the gopis, but anyone who follows these instructions of Krishna become immediately free from the Jiva Kosha imprisonment. A person in full Krishna consciousness is always liberated from false egoism. He utilizes everything for Krishna's service and is not at any time separated from Krishna.
Okay, so of course this is not applicable to the gopis. The gopis were already on the platform of prema, but for others it applies. Okay, text 48. Ahuschate nalinanabhapadarvindam yogeshware ridhi vichantyamaghad bodhe samsa arakupa patitornavalambam geham jusham api manasya udiyat sadana.
The gopis spoke thus: Dear Lord, whose navel is just like a lotus flower, your lotus feet are the only shelter for those who have fallen into the deep well of material existence. Your feet are worshipped and meditated upon by the great mystic yogis and highly learned philosophers. We wish that these lotus feet may also be awakened within our hearts, although we are only ordinary persons engaged in household affairs. Purport. The translation and word meaning for this verse are taken from Srila Prabhupada's English rendering of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, where this verse is quoted. Revealing the jealous mood in which the gopis spoke these deceptively reverential words, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti gives their statement as follows. O Supreme Lord, O directly manifest Supersoul, O crest jewels of instructor in the definitive knowledge, you are aware of our excessive attachment to home, property, and family. Therefore, you previously had Uddhava instruct us in the knowledge that dispels ignorance, and now you have done so yourself. In this way, you have purified our hearts of contamination, and as a result, we understand your pure love for us, free from any motivation other than assuring our liberation. But we are only unintelligent, cowherd women. How can this knowledge remain fixed in our hearts? We cannot even meditate steadily on your feet. The focus of realization we cannot meditate on your feet. The focus of realization for great souls like Lord Brahma. Please be merciful to us and somehow make it possible for us to concentrate on you even a little. We are still suffering the reactions of our own fruitive. So how can we meditate on you, the goal of the great yogis? Such yogis are immeasurably wise, but we are mere feeble-minded women. Please do something to get us out of this deep well of material life. Pure devotees are never motivated by a desire for material liberation or spiritual liberation. And even if the Lord offers them such benediction, the devotee often refuses to accept them, as stated by Lord Krishna in 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Nakinjit sadhavo dhira bhakta hi ekantino mama vanchanti maya tattam kaivalyam apunarbhavam. Because my devotee possesses sentient behavior and deep intelligence, they completely dedicate themselves to me and do not desire anything besides me. Indeed, even if I offer them liberation from birth and death, they do not accept it. It is quite appropriate, therefore, that the gopis respond with a trace of jealous anger to Lord Krishna's attempt at teaching them Gyan Yoga. Thus, according to Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti, the words the gopis speak in this verse may be interpreted as follows. O sun, who directly destroys the darkness of ignorance, we are scorched by the sun rays of this philosophical knowledge. We are chakora birds who can subsist only on the moonlight radiating from your beautiful face. Please come back to Vrindavan with us and in this way bring us back to life. And if he says, then come to Dwarka, there we will enjoy together. They reply that Sri Vrindavan is their home and they are too attached to it for them to take up the residence in anywhere else. Only there, the gopis imply, can Krishna attract them by wearing peacock feathers in his turban and playing enchanting music with his flute. Only by his appearing again in Vrindavan can the gopis be saved, not by any other kind of meditation on him or theoretical knowledge of the self. Thus ends the purport of the humble service of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada to the 10th canto, 82nd chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam entitled Krishna and Balaram Meet the Inhabitants of Vrindavan.
Hare Krishna. Okay, so these were the reciprocations between Krishna, Balaram and the gopis. Not Balaram, sorry, Krishna and the gopis. Okay, fine. Okay, so time for the break. So 20 minutes break. So we'll meet again at 1:55. Okay. So please do come on time at 1:55. Thank you very much. Shri Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Hare Krishna. Okay, next chapter is small. We'll try to finish it. Chapter 83. Draupadi meets the queens of Krishna. So these pastimes have already been covered in the previous chapters. Shri Shuka Uvacha Tatanugrihya Bhagavan Gopinam Sa Gurur Gati Yudhishtiram Matha Prichat Sarvamsya Surado Vyayam. Shukdev Goswami said, thus Lord Krishna, the spiritual master of the gopis and the very purpose of their life, showed them his mercy. He then met with Yudhishthir and all his other relatives and inquired from them about their welfare. So he met with the gopis. So now he is meeting with Yudhishthir and his other relatives. Purport. The words Gurur Gati have been translated here in their usual sense, spiritual master and goal. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti, however, points out an additional meaning. While Lord Krishna is the goal for all sadhus in general, for the gopis specifically, he is that goal which is Guru, predominant, in the sense of completely eclipsing the significance of all other possible goals. Okay, so for the gopis, the prominent goal is only Krishna. So that's the Guru. Guru means prominent, heavy. So for the gopis, he is the only goal. Okay, so now Krishna is meeting with Yudhishthira and the others. Okay, continue reading. Who's reading?
Feeling greatly honored. Feeling greatly honored, King Yudhishthir and the others, freed of all sinful reactions, by seeing the feet of the Lord of the universe, gladly answered his inquiries. Lord Krishna's relatives said, O Master, how can misfortune arise for those who have even once freely drunk the nectar coming from your lotus feet? This intoxicating liquor pours into the drinking cups of their ears, having flowed from the minds of great devotees through their mouths. It destroys the embodied soul's forgetfulness of the creator of their bodily existence.
This is a good verse. Let's recite. Kuto Shivam Tvacharanambujasavam Mahan Manasto Mukhanishritam Kvachid Pibanti Ye Karna Puteralam Prabho Deha Britam Deha Kridasmriti Chidam. So here, so basically Krishna had asked Yudhishthira Maharaj about their welfare, and so therefore now these Krishna's relatives, or Yudhishthira Maharaj and the others, they are saying, Kutaha ashivam, how can there be inauspiciousness? How can there be inauspiciousness when Charana Ambuja Asavam? Because from your lotus feet, what is there? Nectar. There is nectar. So nectar is coming from the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord. So, and that nectar is relished by Mahan Manasto. Mahan Manasto. So it is relished by the minds of the Mahats, the great souls. And so, and when they speak, then Mukha Nistritam. So then that nectar is coming out of the mouths of these great souls. And then Pibanti Ye Karna Putei. And then when somebody drinks that nectar through the cups of their ears, Karna Putei, the ears have become like cups. And with the cups, they take the nectar. Then what happens when they take the nectar through the ears? Deha Britham, Deha Krit Asmriti Chidam. So for Deha Britham, for all those who have material bodies, So all those who have material bodies, they forget about the creator of the bodies. But when they drink this nectar, then their asmriti, their forgetfulness about the creator of the bodies is eradicated. And so quite a poetic language. So, of course, many of these points we discussed in our discussions last time. We discussed about the culture of hearing. You remember that? The culture of hearing. You remember 5 points under culture of hearing. हाँ, क्या है वो? Pious वो अलग point है. One is submissive. Okay, rapt attention. Okay, without ulterior motives, that's called sincerity. Yes, eagerness to hear. And yes, that is submissive. So submissive, no challenging attitude, under proper guidance, eager to hear, anxious to hear. So these were the 5 points under the culture of hearing. Not eager and anxious, same, sincere. Yes, anxious to hear, sincere to hear. Sincere hearing, that means without ulterior motives. So these were the 5 points we discussed under culture of hearing. So that is how one can then take in the nectar through the cups of the ears. So nectar is coming from the Lord's lotus feet, and that is taken by the great souls and relished by them within their minds. And then when they speak, that nectar comes out through their mouths. And we discussed that point also, if you remember. 4th canto, 20th chapter, 25th verse. You remember? What do you remember? The sound vibration coming from the mouth of pure devotee may appear to be like ordinary sound vibration, but yes, but that sound vibration touches the saffron, mercy, dust particles of the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord, and therefore that sound vibration, when it enters through the ears into the heart, what happens? It awakens the sleeping living entities. That is what happens. So that is the nectar that comes out of their mouths, and then if one is eager to hear, so the ears are like cups to take in the nectar. That means there's a lot of eagerness. And then if one takes in the nectar, so we were discussing these points last time. So the nectar must go inside. Prabhishta kanna randrena. If nectar doesn't go inside, how will it act? It has to go inside through the ear. So if it goes inside through the ear, then what will happen? Deha britam, deha krit asmriti chidam. The asmriti, the forgetfulness of the Supreme Lord will be eradicated when the nectar goes in through the ears. So it's a very beautiful verse they're speaking about. So this is the important point. So there, and when that happens, then when there is remembrance of the Supreme Lord, how can there be inauspiciousness? There cannot be inauspiciousness. So therefore, the second characteristic of pure devotional service is Shubhadha, auspiciousness. So how does the auspiciousness manifest? The auspiciousness manifests in 4 ways. What are they? Bolo? Yes, first is Sarva Jagatam Prinanam. Second is Anuraktata. Third is Sadguna, good qualities. And fourth is Sukham, happiness. So that is how the Shubhada, auspiciousness manifests. So when the auspiciousness manifests by Krishna consciousness, then automatically one becomes compassionate towards other living entities, and then other living entities become attracted because the devotee is having that compassion, so other living entities also become attracted. Then he develops all good qualities. So the good qualities, as we discussed last time quite elaborately, The good qualities should manifest by the practice of devotional service. And then one experiences happiness, because the more one comes out of the bodily misconception that is being told here also, more one rises above the bodily misconception, then more happiness one feels. Brahmabhuta Prasannatma. So these are the results of the manifestation of Krishna consciousness. Okay, let's recite the next one also. Hitvatmadhama vidutatma krita tri avastham ananda samplavam akhandam akhunta bodham kalopasrishta nigamavana atta yoga maya kritim paramahamsa gatim nathasma. Read.
The radiance of your personal form dispels the threefold effects of material consciousness. And by your grace, we become immersed in total happiness. Your knowledge is indivisible and unrestricted. By your Yogmaya potency, you have assumed this human form for protecting the Vedas, which had been threatened by time. We bow down to you, the final destination of perfect sense. Purport. Simply by the effulgent light emanating from the beautiful form of Lord Krishna, one's intelligence is purified of all material contamination, and thus soul's various entanglements in the modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance are dispelled. How then the Lord's relatives imply, can we ever suffer misfortune? We are always immersed in absolute happiness. This is their answer to his inquiry about their welfare.
Yes, so here also they are saying that his very form, Hi tva atma dhama viduta atma krita. So they're saying that by your personal form, which is illuminating, what is destroyed? Material consciousness is destroyed. How is the material consciousness created? Tri avastham, the three modes. The three modes create the material consciousness. And so therefore, the effects of the three modes is destroyed, material consciousness is destroyed. And as a result of that, what happens? Ananda samplavam akhandam akunta bodham. So then one experiences unlimited, unrestricted happiness. Right. So that's the Brahmabhuta stage, basically, above the influence of three modes. Above the influence of three modes, Brahmabhuta stage, then one experiences full happiness. And then they're talking about his knowledge, which is indivisible, unrestricted. By Yogmaya potency, you have assumed this human form for protecting the Vedas. So we bow down. So in this way, this is the answer to Krishna's question to them about their welfare. So they're saying that in your presence, there cannot be any inauspiciousness, there cannot be any misery because of your personal presence. So the important point is these are the effects of the practice of devotional service. These are the effects. So if one is actually practicing devotional service, so then one should actually experience these effects. As the Lord says in the 9th chapter, 2nd verse, Bhagavad Gita, what he says? Rajvidya, Rajguhyam, Pratyaksha Vagamam. Pratyaksha Vagamam means what? Yes, one can experience, perceive the effects of devotional service. It is not simply some sentimental thing, it's not imagination, but these effects are directly perceivable. And to explain that, Srila Prabhupada often gave which verse? No, that's example. Okay. Oh, now this example, that's true. Yes, eating. What is that eating? Yes, bhakti, parishanubhav, virakti, tushti, pushti, kshudapaya. So somebody can explain those three effects of the practice of devotional service. What are three effects of eating and three effects of devotional service? Yes, Prahlad.
No,
Huh?
No, I was not into it. But tushti pushti sudhapayanam, actually it means, it gives us satisfaction, strength, and the hunger goes away. The same way in the bhakti, devotee feels satisfied.
So 3 effects of eating. And you have to now tell the 3 analogous effects in the practice of devotional service. So tushti is analogous to what?
Satisfaction.
No, satisfaction is the translation of tushti.
Okay.
But within the effects of devotional service, what is the analogous effect?
No hankering, no lamentations.
Are Baba. Corresponding. Match the following. हाँ उसी में तो है.
In this verse here.
In that verse. There are 3 effects of eating told and 3 effects of devotional service. So which corresponds to what? वो सबसे आसान है. फिर say that again.
Isha anubhava.
Pushti is pareshanubhava, correct. And tushti is what? The first word of the verse. एक ही रह गया ना? Bhakti. Now explain.
Hare Krishna. So, tushti means the devotee is completely satisfied. He has no hankering for metal desires. He is completely detached from all metal desires.
Correct.
So he is completely satisfied. So he has no hankering for eat more because his hunger is satisfied. That is tushti.
So why that is corresponding to bhakti? That is the question.
No, it's not bhakti. It's virakti. I'm saying.
Hare Baba.
Pushti is bhakti, Guru. Pushti is bhakti.
Tushti means satisfaction and also taste. So by practice of bhakti, one finds that higher taste, and he's like yato bhakti radhokshaje atma prasidatam prasidati sab prasidati.
So that's not working, huh?
Hare Krishna. So by practice of bhakti, by developing a relationship with Lord, he experiences the higher taste and also a great satisfaction. And by experiencing the Lord by that practice of bhakti, that is paresha anubhava, he gets that strength. Just by eating, one gets the strength. And because of these two, one doesn't have any hankering for, means his hunger is gone, doesn't have hankering for anything else. And that's how virakti is naturally manifest when in the subsequent progress.
Right. Okay, good points. Somebody wants to add something?
And this 3 ekakalaha is also.
Yes, 3 of them are simultaneous. Anughasam, just like with every morsel, the 3 effects are visible. So similarly, with at every moment of the practice of devotional service, these 3 effects are perceived. And so when Srila Prabhupada speaks on this verse, he says, just like when one eats, no certificate needs to be given by anyone. One can understand the effects oneself. So similarly, when one practices devotional service, one can perceive the effects for oneself. So as rightly said,
and this bhakti is ahetuke apratihata.
Yes.
So that shloka comes ahetuke apratihata yena atma suprasidate. So the bhakti is like that emotion, that sentiment that satisfies the person.
So what is that emotion?
Emotion is a transcendental emotion. Means the satisfaction basically that I am serving the Lord. So that's that kind of relationship belongingness. That love which is feeling, the love which is feeling in that relationship, in that service actually. So then that love does not allow him to go and seek outside love. So that makes him satisfied.
And good point.
Yena atma supersedati.
Okay. In that purport, 126. Kholo jara. There is one statement which is very short statement, but which is so amazing. If we just realize that one statement, we can get the full experience. Go down. Second, almost towards the end of the purport. Wait. Yes. This relation of servant and the served is the most congenial form of intimacy. One can realize it as devotional service progresses. That's the crux of the matter. This relation of servant and the served is the most congenial form of intimacy. You can write one full essay on that statement. This relation of the servant, some of these statements of Srila Prabhupada are worth memorizing. This relation of the servant and the served is the most congenial form of intimacy. In the material world, especially these days, we find most relationships are unsuccessful. Marriages end in divorce. There are fights between brothers and brothers. Recently, I read a boy murdered his uncle for some property dispute. So we find relationship problems between fathers and sons, sons and brothers, husbands and wives. At all levels, we find relationships don't succeed, they break. Sometimes even between spiritual master and disciple. Why? 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 Huh? In connection to the statement,
servant and served, this is not realized.
That means one is not in the mood of serving, rather one is in the mood of enjoying or exploiting. So when there is a mood of exploitation or enjoyment, then the relationship exists as long as there is enjoyment. The moment the enjoyment reduces, relationship is broken. That's what happens. Each one is thinking about what will I get, what's in it for me. And when that is the consciousness, there can be no intimacy. There can be no intimacy. As long as there is selfishness in a relationship, there can be no intimacy. Many times, even amongst devotees, very often, in fact, devotees ask this question, how can we have loving, intimate relationships amongst devotees? And the answer is right here. As long as there is selfishness within a relationship, there cannot be intimacy. Because if I am selfish and I'm trying to look for what I can get from the other person, what will the other person think? He can immediately understand that. He will immediately sense that selfishness in the relationship. And then what will happen? He may also try to do the same thing. Then there cannot be any intimacy. Then such relationships remain on a very superficial platform. So just like in the outside world, there is employer and employee. What is that relationship? What is the relationship based on?
Money.
Money. You give me money. Employer says, you give me service, work. And the employee says, you give me money. So the employer, he is trying to get more work with less salary. And the employee, less work, more salary. Both are trying to exploit. So what type of relation is that? Very shallow, superficial. So just for the money, then the employee says, good morning, sir, all that. But there is no intimacy. So the more the mood is of service, more is the intimacy. More one comes to the selfless platform, more is the intimacy. Why do you think even in the early stages, early years, when Srila Prabhupada started the movement and had just initiated a few disciples, and those of you who know the history. So Srila Prabhupada started ISKCON when? He registered ISKCON on the 13th of July, 1966. And then he initiated a few, after that, he initiated a few disciples in 1966. And then somewhere around June or July of 67, Srila Prabhupada had a stroke. And then Srila Prabhupada thought that to recover from that, he has to come to India. So, hardly a year has passed. Hardly a year. But when Srila Prabhupada was leaving for India, what was the intimacy and the feelings of separation which these new disciples were experiencing for Srila Prabhupada? And those of you who have read, that Janki, she snatches the tickets from Srila Prabhupada. You can't go. Hardly 1 year has passed. But you see such a strong relationship, strong bonding. Why? Because Srila Prabhupada was selflessly serving them, then they also reciprocated by selflessly serving him. And on that basis, there was deep intimacy. That is how intimacy develops. The more one selflessly serves, the more there will be intimacy. And so, in the 5 primary rasas, we can say at least 4, beginning from dasya to madhurya, though all of them we know are perfect, but still, if we analyze them, then what increases from dasya to madhurya? What increases? Why the intimacy increases? What increases? The selflessness increases. And Srila Prabhupada himself told the pastime of the gopis and Krishna having a headache. We all know the pastime. So we know in that pastime the sages say, oh, how can we put the dust of our feet on the head of the Supreme Lord? So the sages are in dasya bhav, right? So they refused. But you see the gopis? Doesn't matter. We are ready to go to hell. Doesn't matter. So they are least thinking about themselves. That is the epitome of selflessness. And that is why Ramya ka chatupasana vrajavatu varge. That is why the gopis are worshipable. Because of the highest level of selflessness. And therefore Krishna told the gopis, I cannot repay. That is why highest level of intimacy. Because of highest level of selflessness. So this is a fundamental principle in all relationships. It applies everywhere. That principle applies everywhere. The relation of the servant and the served is the most congenial form of intimacy. So in all the rasas, the essential, fundamental relationship is that of service. But what increases is the level of intimacy. That is what increases. And that intimacy increases because of increase in selflessness, the mood of service. And the more one is trying to selflessly serve, the more the intimacy increases. And the more that intimacy increases, the more one will feel full satisfaction. This is science. This is science. And therefore, it may be in a perverted form in the material world, but still the Siddhanta is accepted even by the materialists. So therefore, even on the flights, as the flight is going to land, they say, thank you for giving us an opportunity to serve. And we look forward to serving you again. Of course, we know that's material, but still, they know that desire to serve actually gives happiness. So when people are even doing philanthropic work and all this, they definitely experience some happiness on the material platform. Therefore, they're doing it. So the same principle applies everywhere. And the same principle applies even in our practices of devotional service. The more we try to selflessly serve, the more we can experience that intimate relation with our spiritual master, with Krishna, and that is what will give great satisfaction. These are all very important in our practice of devotional service. Then we can steadily continue. Because when one feels satisfaction, why will one go somewhere else? If one is experiencing that nectar, that's what we're reading in these verses. If one is experiencing that nectar coming from Krishna's lotus feet, then why will one go somewhere else? The only reason why one goes is because one is not experiencing that nectar. One is not experiencing that satisfaction. But the way to experience the satisfaction is this. Very important point. So that is why that tushti is analogous to bhakti. To the degree there is bhakti, to the degree there is that loving service attitude, that is bhakti. To the degree there is loving service attitude, to that degree one will feel satisfaction. And the more one serves in that selfless spirit, the more the bhakti will increase. The more the service attitude will increase, the more the enthusiasm to serve will increase. That is what happens. And then, when one is practicing such quality of devotional service, then Krishna reciprocates with the devotee's devotional service. So many reciprocations. We can read in the scriptures so many examples of Krishna's reciprocation with his devotees. And when one experiences those reciprocations, then one develops that staunch faith that Krishna is a person. He's not some impersonal void. He's a person. He's reciprocating with my practice of devotional service. And it gives what? Pushti. It gives great nourishment. Because one experiences that relationship with Krishna. It is not something dry. Para Isha Anubhava. It is Anubhava. It is an experience. One can experience. Krishna is reciprocating my devotional service. And then when Tushti and Pushti are there, then the third one is automatic. Then automatically one feels detachment from everything material because one is experiencing the higher taste, one is experiencing satisfaction, then the detachment automatically develops. Srila Prabhupada often quoted Yamunacharya, Yadavadi mama chitta Krishna padaravind Navanava rasa dham. So when one is experiencing that Navanava rasa, newer and newer realizations in one's relationship with Krishna, then there is a higher taste, there is full satisfaction in that. Then sex enjoyment, material enjoyment, sushtu, then one can spit. But for that one has to experience something. Some alternative experience has to be there. So this is all science, very important, which these devotees are speaking here to the Lord. That now since we have seen your lotus feet and your beautiful form, then how can there be inauspiciousness How can there be any miseries? Because you are experiencing the nectar from your lotus feet. But for experiencing the nectar, what is required? What is required? Yes, selfless service attitudes. That is what the requirement. Then one will be able to experience the nectar. All right?
Prabhuji, one doubt.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, thank you, Prabhuji, with very enlivening and nourishing point which you just now shared, and it will be helping.
We are only
me
repeating what the scripture is talking. Go ahead.
Prabhuji, the doubt was that now every jiva has his own capacity to be selfless. Conditioned jiva, especially. So, can we say that the degree to what we can become selfless can be limited or can be assessed by what our superiors say? Because in one sense, spirituality is unlimited, and the more we progress, the more we can become selfless. But then, at what particular time we should be satisfied with can be helped by our seniors' interference? Can that be the gauge of our progress?
I'm not very clear. What? At what? Can you please repeat?
At what level? Suppose now we are at a certain level of our spiritual advancement, and the selflessness should be unlimitedly progressing because it is spiritual in nature.
Okay.
The more we become purified, the more we can become selfless.
Right.
So in one sense, it is unlimitedly, it has a scope for increasing.
Correct.
But between different jivas, there is different potential to be selfless also. Everybody has different adhikar. So to know what is our adhikar, can we keep the identification depending on what our seniors guide? Otherwise, we'll always feel inferiority complex. So I'm not able to be so much selfless like other fellow.
See, within whatever service is given, what differs could be different services according to one's, okay, since we're in the material world, material conditioning, psychophysical natures, so all this may affect what type of service may be given to me. But within that allotted service, the attitude to render service and the quality of the service can always improve. So that is common for every jiva. Every jiva has the propensity to serve, correct? And so therefore, now what limits the type of service is the material body, agreed. Because we have a certain material body, the material body is influenced by three modes. Because of the influence of three modes, there are different psychophysical natures. So therefore, different bodies may require different services. But within that service that is awarded to a certain devotee, there can be unlimited increase in the service attitude. To give an example, just like somebody could be given a simple service to clean the floor of the temple. Somebody who has a very poor service attitude, he thinks, kya hai, mujhe kya seva diya hai? Who will recognize this service? Useless service. Let me somehow do it. Finish. Once, one Mataji was cleaning the floor of the temple during Srila Prabhupada's presence on the Vyasasana just before the Srimad Bhagavatam class. And when Srila Prabhupada saw that the lady was not properly cleaning, Srila Prabhupada got off the Vyasasana and took the cloth in his own hands to show the lady how to clean the temple. And so many lectures, Srila Prabhupada says, on the absolute platform, the pujari on the altar and the one cleaning the temple floor are the same. Both the services are absolute. So therefore, different services can be given. But then within that service, one's service attitude, selflessness can keep on increasing. There is no limit.
Yes. Thank you, Prabhu. And so that for us to understand that whether we are increasing unlimitedly in that service, our seniors, our immediate authorities, they can be the guiding point, because according
They
to
can,
their interference, we can
as we see in this verse, that's what Srila Prabhupada says. Yes, we can definitely take guidance from our seniors, but we ourselves also can assess our situation. Just like while eating, we ourselves feel satisfied. Nobody else needs to give a certificate. Similarly, within our practices of devotional service, also we ourselves to some degree can understand how much we are making progress by the experience of these three effects. So we ourselves can get some judgment, and we can also confirm from our seniors.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Okay, we will take one final comment.
Practical question.
All questions are practical only.
Yes, sir.
क्या है वो? We cannot hear you, Prabhu.
Please speak near to microphone. Speak near to your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Not audible. Very clear.
Maybe you can write it or something.
Okay, someone else can take it. I will. I'm in a train. So
Oh, you're in a train. Better you write it and send.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take one final comment from expert comment from Balbhadra Kripa Prabhu.
It's just your current comment, Prabhuji. Today morning, I'm coming back from Seva office to here. I asked the devotee who's from the housekeeping department, Mataji, is okay for you cleaning full this all the flowers yesterday we had done for Lord Parikrama. So she told that I like these services. This is good because yesterday we were in procession, so everyone enjoyed for the Lord pleasure. So that one sentence really appreciable that they like to do services.
Yes, good. Yes, if one likes to do the service, then that's good. Then that's how one will stay in the service, and that's how one will make progress. Yes, so that service attitude is, as Srila Prabhupada always explains, is what is common to all jivas. But if one dovetails that service attitude in the service of the Supreme Lord, then that's perfection of the service attitude. Then one can develop that congenial relationship with the Supreme Lord. And so the important point is that if we want to progress in our devotional practices, it's not about what service, which service, what type of service, but it is about the service attitude and the selflessness with which we render the service that will help us to make progress. And we can find that deep satisfaction in that devotional service. Okay, fine. Our time is up for today. So we'll conclude today and we'll continue our discussions tomorrow. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Granthra Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Samved Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna.